Or with the committee for the police study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's 6 o'clock, so are we ready? I'm gonna be stumbling through the language and script, so Mary, I might look to you for assistance, but I think I say now we call to order the meeting of the Hartford Select Board
Date and time.
at 6 o'clock on Tuesday, March 17th.
Yes.
Thank you. And would someone like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now I'll open the local liquor control board. Do we have someone from Northern Stage here? You don't have to be here because it's a renewal, so we probably. Thank you.
All right.
And feel free to make a motion in the whole group if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, I move that the select board renew the application for Northern Stage Company, 76 Gate Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a first-class restaurant bar license. And that the select board also renew application for Blood's Catering and Party Rentals Incorporated, 1147 Hartford Avenue, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a first-class commercial caterer, third-class restaurant bar license, and a renewal application for Putnam's Vineyard LLC, doing business as Putnam's Vineyard, 188 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, third-class license, and that the select board also renew the application for Rachel Burge and Matthew Burge, doing business as Honey Child LLC, 139 Hill Ridge Road, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a first and third-class restaurant bar license and outside consumption.
Second that.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? Ashley?
Question, I'm just wondering, are you here for one of those reappointments?
Just pass on general.
Okay, yeah, I just wondered if there was anybody from the other businesses here, if they wanted to say anything before we.
Had the same thought. So you're not from any of these businesses?
I am, but I don't need
Okay.
to say anything. I'm just here, just in case there were any questions.
Okay, you're from Honey Child?
Honey Child, I am.
Okay, thanks for
Thought I
coming in.
recognized her.
Yeah. Do you wanna, I mean, would you mind just saying a little bit about how it's going and what you?
Oh, it's going wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, so-
I asked you to come to the mic, I'm sorry. Yeah, just introduce yourself. and-
Yeah, my name is Matthew Burge. My wife and I operate Honey Child. It's a catering company. We do mostly wedding events and events really around the state. But we operate a mobile bar unit, and that's what the application's for. Things are going wonderful. So I appreciate you guys, everyone supporting us in that way. Really do.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. So all 4 of the renewals pass, 7 in favor. There's no local cannabis control board business. Next, we'll talk about the order of agenda. Yes.
Hi, thank you. I would like to make a request to do a brief check-in on the Intro to Systems Thinking workshop, perhaps as item 5N, as in late in the night. It's not urgent, but it is time sensitive.
Okay, with adding a brief check-in about taking workshop to the end of the agenda. Tom, you good with that?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Yep, thanks.
Yeah, I had a question to see if others were okay with just a check-in on this. I meant to send an email, but I didn't get a chance. I think we'll have Lori here tonight, and I wondered if we could just get an update on when we can expect to see more about the Twin Pines Task Force that we talked about. Just because their time is kind of.
I can speak to that. I think it's gonna be on the March 31st. I'm working with
Oh.
Lori.
Then
I
we
think
don't-
there's been one meeting with Miranda with another to come.
Yeah.
to flesh that out.
satisfies my curiosity. We don't need to add anything to the agenda for it. Thanks.
Mhm.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, any other agenda or agenda? Great. Next, we are at public comment. Yes. Any comment in the room? Say as usual, 3 minutes. Eric will be setting a timer here. Please try to share your thoughts within that time frame, and I will gently interrupt you if you're going too far over that.
David Briggs, White River Junction. I'm going to do this in two.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for stepping up and taking your places on the select board. I wish you the best. And I'd like to just underscore a couple of my personal initiatives. Many of you know exactly what I'm up to or think you do. So from time to time, I'll renew that with added information. I'm particularly motivated to work with Town Manager John Heverstock and the developer on the Coolidge Block redevelopment as a public-private partnership, which you've helped forge over the last year. So looking forward to more of that. And the other personal initiative is to work with the Hartford High Alumni Association in the context of having a wonderful parade this year to honor the 250th. We're happy that we succeeded in getting the voters to approve a $5,000 allotment from the local option tax. And we are experiencing tremendous response from Hartford High alumni. We're all going to be mighty gratified by that, particularly in the outrun, which will support Hartford graduates with a much more substantial scholarship fund. So just so you know what I'm up to. Taking Tim's lead, I will carry this same message onto the school board and get to know them as well. So thank you for stepping up and all the best.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work in the town. Any other comments in the room? Online? We'll close public comment. And move on to select board comments and announcements. Does anyone have a comment that they want to start us off with? Tim, perhaps?
I'm just going to shout out to all on the school side, all the teams that have gone to the championship. Sadly, I watched the boys lose, but they played their hearts out. And the girls won. I don't know if anybody heard the parade the other night. It's pretty awesome. And the girls basketball team as well. So we should be pretty proud of the sports teams here at Hartford. So thank you.
Nice.
Brenda? No, no comments. Yeah, I knew Tim was going to say that, but I want to echo. Well, actually, I guess I'm supposed to comment last. So I'll go to you, Eric.
Nothing for that.
Okay.
Yes, I want to congratulate the individuals who brought us Shay, I believe her last name's Harris.
Yes.
Okay, who is going to be the liaison to the police department through HCRS, and looks like this will be a great asset to all of us.
Nice.
I don't think I have any comments.
No comments.
I will just echo Tim. I had the opportunity to go to the final boys basketball game, and I know it was a heartbreaking loss for those athletes, but I was super impressed by the athleticism, and it's clearly a super strong team and excellent coaching. And yeah, it's very impressive that we have so many teams that have done so well this season, including the girls hockey and girls basketball winning their championship. So congrats to all the student athletes in Hartford, and I hope you are celebrating your accomplishments, whether you won your final or not. Okay. Next, we have appointments. So first we have the appointment of James Coleman to Resilient Hartford Committee. Jimmy's here. Would you mind coming up and telling us about why you're interested in joining Resilient Hartford?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. I know most of you, I think all of you actually. My name is James Coleman. I am a program manager at Green Mountain Economic Development Corporation, right down the street from here. I'm really passionate about community and this community in specific, in particular. I organize a group called the Upper Valley Welcome Wagon, which I think all of you have been to help welcome newcomers to the area, and help them, find community, find friends. And it's been a really big pleasure and honor to be able to do that. It can be hard moving to a new place. I was a newcomer once. Many of you were as well. So it's a really great opportunity to connect people. My interest in Resilient Hartford specifically is, came about through one specific project that myself and Tad Montgomery are working on, which is a community tool lending library or library of things project, which would basically be, a resource for the community, free or low cost for folks to check out uncommon items or like tools, bigger tools that you maybe only need once or twice a year, maybe even less. So it's tough to invest and maybe very expensive to rent. Could be a really useful asset to members of the community here. But I honestly I have to say, the mission of Resilient Hartford, which I would love to just read out loud here, the mission statement is pretty broad and moving, and I gotta say it's really inspiring. So the mission statement is to build a stronger, more cohesive and self-reliant community that is better prepared to face environmental, economic, and social challenges by engaging community members, organizations, and businesses throughout Hartford to work together. Resilient Hartford's, that's the main mission statement. And Resilient Hartford's main focus has been local food production and developing a community food forest. And it's obviously an incredible project, but they need more help and they need more people from the community and they need more projects, because as that mission statement, it's not just, limited to one type of resilience, social, economic. And as we are sort of approaching a confluence of very, scary and potentially disruptive things in society, I think resilience is probably the most important thing we can be investing in right now on a community level. So I am really excited to get more involved, to get more other people involved, maybe through the welcome wagon, maybe not. That's a little bit about why I want to join.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Any questions for James? Mary.
Hi, James. Thanks for coming here and thanks for your little talk. The tools, where do you expect to get the tools? And how would you set up the system of, connecting people with, things they may need?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So the tool lending library of things project is very early stage right now. We're very much forming the idea, what types of tools, what the constraints would be as a small group of community members. The project is not associated right now with Resilient Hartford at all, but we're hoping it could be in the future. So we don't know, but we just completed basically putting together a survey and a flyer that we're going to start distributing as soon as tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get a lot of feedback and information from the community about those questions. And there's, opportunity for people to give input of, would they want to donate their tools? Would they want to donate time, money, other resources? Hopefully it should become clear over the next several weeks. We're planning on having it open until, maybe end of the month, mid-April. We'll see how much support we get, or engagement we get. But yeah, it would be really great to have more information from the community.
I have I don't know if this is a suggestion, but I was in a situation where I had to evaluate programs kind of like this, and I can't remember what the name of the foundation was, but they did this very same thing, but with outdoor sports and ski equipment, etc., especially for people who were lower income, who couldn't afford the things. And I remember that it was the biggest issue was where they could store all their equipment. I mean, obviously yours is a little bit easier because you're going to be in Hartford somewhere. And this was a statewide organization that they did get a grant to do that. But I thought it was very interesting because it was the same thing. It was trying to bring people into the community more and give them sources so that they would feel a part of that community. So I commend you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually used to work for a very similar organization called Youth Enrichment Services down in Boston, that their whole mission was they had multiple programs, but the thing that started them was winter sports, Operation Snow Sports. They called in, we'd volunteer and take kids up to, Sunapee or different mountains that, normally wouldn't be able to afford skiing. So that was a great experience, and definitely, related to this.
Good. Sounds like you got the background.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Ashley?
Yeah, well, I'm really glad that you're seeking an appointment to this committee. I'm the liaison for the committee. And one of the things that I heard as a possible goal, and this is something that lots of different entities like departments on town staff as well have talked about, but I think Resilient Hartford talked about doing their version of like community block parties. And I don't know if we had the time or the folks to make that happen. So it seems like with your event planning experience, does that idea of like community events appeal to you? And just if you have any insight on what you'd like to see for maybe events.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I think the social resilience is really important. It's very connected to what my work with the Welcome Wagon is doing. Trying to, connect people that want to meet newcomers and newcomers with locals that know about the area, and building that sense of, social cohesion is really, really important. So absolutely would love to do community block parties, neighborhood block parties, maybe, I could see a village competition of some sort, maybe that could be fun, maybe a little friendly competition. But yeah, definitely more community events.
Cool. I'm ready to make a motion.
Any other questions?
All right. I move that the select board appoint James Coleman to the Resilient Hartford Committee for a 3-year term, beginning March 17th, 2026 and ending March 16th, 2029.
Second. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Hi.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Really
Jamie.
appreciate it.
Jimmy James.
Stepping up and bringing all your expertise to the role. Okay, next, we are gonna consider the appointment of Zachary Guthrie-Lloyd for town health officer.
It's actually Deputy Town Health Officer. And by the way, all the board is being asked to tonight is recommend Zachary to the state. Ultimately, it's a state appointment. They generally accept a select board's recommendation. And Zachary's here wearing the potential Deputy Town Health Officer hat, subject to select board and state approval, knowing that he also wears other hats. He's our new community service officer, and Chief Kelly is here to show her support for her new hire in that role. And I should point out again that while Zachary would be expected to report to the chief as to parking and canine matters or animal control matters, he'll be reporting to the select board and the state as deputy health officer. And I believe you've seen from the current incumbent, who hopes to one day retire, his willingness to work with Zachary, that's Brett, work with Zachary over these next couple of months to show him the ropes and to get him educated about the role of a health officer in this kind of state-local partnership that we've got. Perhaps we can hear from Zachary and then also from either the chief or Brett, who's online. Zachary, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Zachary Guthrie-Lloyd, born and raised in the area, Queechee and White River specifically. I have a background in criminology and criminal justice, and I've worked all over the place in the area for my whole life. And beyond that, I think this is a phenomenal opportunity to, for me to grow as well as help the members of the town.
Fantastic. And again, maybe Brett's online. Can we find out if he's available? Okay. If there's an Indian sounding name, it could be him. Sometimes that's his handle. Okay, very good. But in any event, you've seen his endorsement letter. And again, what we're asking for is simply that the select board move to recommend that the state appoint Zachary as deputy health officer, with the expectation that if the training goes well locally, and then the training under the state's auspices goes well, that we can come back before the board and perhaps talk about a recommendation that he be elevated to the town's health officer.
Okay, I just wanted to know, and I don't know if, I'm assuming both of you know, what's the process, the length of time for the training for both at the state level and here?
So with the health officer position, I am not the expert on that. With that falls under the town manager, and Brett is the one that has been the expert in that field. My field of expertise is going to be the parking enforcement and the animal control piece, which he's already started his training on. He also has been going out with Tom Peltier from the fire department, who works with Brett on the health officer, like the building inspections and things of that nature. And he has been doing some training already with Brett.
I don't think there's a prescribed timetable for training. It's just that Brett's own timetable is that he's willing to give 2 or 3 months as he exits the picture to shadowing with Zachary. He certainly seems to feel that that would be adequate. And he points out correctly that through the state, there are any number of training resources available. There's an 80 or 100-page town health officer manual, which you can dig into. There's also, I think, periodic seminars and webinars available for this. By law, every town in Vermont has to have a designated health officer. That's someone that the state can interact with on matters of public health. And these are generally, the bread and butter of this work is unsafe public spaces, whether it be through the cooperation with the fire marshal in group housing situations, or when you have vectors or unhealthy situations. It can be rodents, or it can be other possible threats to public health. And we can follow Brett's example. Brett has worked closely with the community health nurse and the fire marshal as a team. And that's what we hope to continue through Zachary's work.
Thank you.
And as far as training goes, my understanding is that once a nomination and the state approval goes through, they send more formal digital training to review. Otherwise, at the time, I've been reviewing the manual as mentioned, and it's seems at the moment straightforward, but lots of details.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Eric.
Thank you, Zach. Thanks for being here tonight and for stepping up to fill this role. Brett has set a pretty high bar. I don't know how many years he's been here, but
I think 15 or 16, and you're right, big shoes to fill.
Yes, absolutely. So I just wanted to, without getting into anything that could be construed as confidential or privileged information, could you give us a synopsis of some of the field work that you've done with Brett and the fire marshal to date?
Sure. Well, I just started on the 2nd of March. So, and Brett and I in particular started getting down to the nitty-gritty after the Special Olympics in Gucci. So 2 weeks ago now. And so far, he's had me shadow him on an inspection of a tenant's apartment out in sorry. Well, then a few other residential dwellings just for health and safety purposes, make sure that no one's at risk. And one tenant location that came to us and asked for an inspection to be.
Seems to me that some of these encounters can be uncomfortable, probably, and challenging. Have you had any of those to date?
Slightly, more so in the past few days, working with Tom Pelletieri, the fire marshal, but nothing that, we're not working on kind of gradually to not ruffle any feathers, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
I think maybe another question. Sorry, thanks for sticking with us, Tim.
Yes, I'm delighted you're stepping up. And these are perhaps broader just concerns that I have around the sort of the design of this position, because I've witnessed many, many times, Brett, in situations that are very difficult, and I'm sure you're going to do great. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is kind of 2 layers. One layer is that I'm anticipating in this town that some of the demands that Brett has seen related to his job are going to increase, actually. And we're kind of trying to take this position and spread it amongst parking, animal control, and health. And I think it's too much. I think we're perhaps making a mistake that we will actually need more resources, not less. And I don't want you to burn out. I want you to be successful in your position. So I'm just going to throw that out there, that I feel like as a town, we have to really kind of be thinking about what that's going to look like in practice day to day, because the reality is, if we're about to launch a pretty major downtown White River parking system, we have ongoing health issues that, I've seen Brett's report. I mean, it's all over the town. There's all kinds of challenges. And then we have the animal component, which I think on occasion, candidly, in the past, we've sort of missed the boat on handling animal situations. So we have these demands in our community, and the argument that, you, who I'm sure is a very capable man, can cover all of this ground is a concern of mine.
I could touch on that. Brett has guesstimated his weekly workload. Again, it's widely varied. There's busy times and there's quieter times, to be in the 15 to 20 hour ballpark. And yes, there'll be a premium on the judgment of Zachary to move from one task to another as your schedule allows, and to learn how to best prioritize which fires are burning most brightly, right? And obviously to keep us posted about how your workload is going, so we can always accommodate additional resources. So for example, just as we're thinking about Zachary to be recommended to the state as a deputy, once he steps up into the full town health officer role, there's no reason the town couldn't appoint more deputies to be of assistance. In fact, Brett has always thought that that would be a good idea for another deputy or 2 to be appointed to support the health officer once established.
And also with his position, it's housed within the outreach division, so it's the smaller division of the department. So that way there's more direct supervision to also manage his caseload, so he's not gonna get lost in the weeds within the patrol division.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I guess, can I get a little bit more detail on like how the time is broken down for this role, or like the expectations? Because, right, if we're talking about parking meters from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday,
I don't think there's a set schedule for parking meter enforcement. The chief could speak to that.
There isn't, and this isn't, the health officer position being added into this role is new, but we've had parking enforcement combined with animal control previously. When I first started at the police department, we had the position for many years. And basically the person who was assigned to that position handled the parking enforcement downtown and then handled animal control as the calls came in. The animal control calls are not that heavy in the amount of calls that we get. Typically, it's a loose dog, barking dogs. Most dogs nowadays are chipped or have some type of identification on them. So we're able to contact the owners. Plus, we also use Facebook as an excellent tool of locating the owners. So we're not doing as many trips to the Humane Society. So that cuts down on the time portion with the animal control calls. The health officer position also handles animal bites, so that seemed like a natural segue between the two positions. In the difficulty of finding a person to be health officer, it seemed like the natural progression to cross-sect those three positions. So when a person is bit by an animal in town, if the person doesn't report to the police department, but they go to the hospital will notify us. We then in turn take that and notify the health officer. So it actually cuts down a little bit having Zachary in our office making those notifications and that, but it's going to be a trial to see how it goes, because I do suspect that Zach is going to be very busy in this position with parking enforcement and health officer. I don't know that the animal control piece is really going to take up as much time as those other two positions are going to. I think when I was here for budget, I had mentioned that I could see in the future that we may have to add another part-time position because this may end up being so busy, but it's really going to be something that we're going to have to see how it goes.
So we're expecting the role to be like 40 hours a week.
Yes, that's a
Okay.
40-hour position. Yeah.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to the time division, I was also curious about how the compensation works, because correct me if I'm wrong, the health officer is an unpaid position or a minimal?
There's a minimal stipend, which we've gradually increased over the years, my 3 years now, from 5,000 to 7,500, now to 10,000
per year.
per year.
Yeah.
And again, that's not doing justice to the position, frankly. We've been lucky that Brett has been willing to accept that over these years. The police, the CSO position, I think, was envisioned as being largely funded by the parking revenues that we expect from the new metered parking in town. And so we do have that separate pot of money for the stipends that, again, could be used for supportive deputies to assist Zachary in this role. So that's a separate source of funding that could be tapped.
So in this role, Zachary will be getting his salary for the community
Service officer, yes.
And as well as the 10,000 stipend, or instead of?
No, I believe it's laid out. You can tell us what's laid out in the job description and how
So
the
his
compensation is set.
compensation is through the police department in that budgeted line for a community service office. I believe it was 75,000 that was budgeted for his total salary. I believe, I don't know off the top of my head without my budget book in front of me, but I believe that that's what was budgeted. And that was excluding the funds for the health officer position. Those were kept separate in case that there was the choice of doing a deputy, once he took it on full time. But it's the 75,000, it's within our budget, but it's also pulled from revenue from the parking meters as well.
Okay,
That portion of it,
that's-
I don't know if there's a percentage, but it's.
In fact, I think that's
Good.
less than is expected to be collected in the
Yes.
parking.
Yes.
Lori's done those estimates, and the amount paid to the community service officer is substantially less than the revenue we're expecting to see from the metered
Yes.
parking.
Okay, but I would assume that the expected revenue from the metered parking assumes having somebody policing.
Yes,
For
of
lack of
course.
better words.
Of course, yes.
That, and during all hours of enforced
Right,
parking.
but not necessarily dedicated 9 to 5 every day, as I think Miranda's question suggested. You're gonna be here, maybe you'll go to answer an animal call, maybe you get a call on another device that there's a public health issue to be discussed and investigated. And that's, I think, where Zachary's judgment about prioritizing what needs to be dealt with will come in handy. And I think Brett will be a great resource on how to prioritize those calls.
Correct.
As will Tom Peltier.
Yeah, and I was just asking because I didn't want to find us, and I'm sure Chief Kelly that you've thought through this, but I didn't want to find us in a position where like salary is coming from parking enforcement, but then the health officer role becomes so overwhelming that it's pulling him away from being able to actually bring in the revenues.
correct.
So yeah, but it sounds like we're pretty comfortable with what was budgeted and whatnot. And then my other question is for Zachary. I wanted to get a sense of, the health officer and Brett in particular is often at the front lines of addressing or responding to folks who are in various types of crises. It could be active addiction, it could be homelessness, unsanitary living conditions. And so I'm just curious about like how you feel about that piece of it, if you have any experience that you're bringing that makes you a good fit to work with those kinds of vulnerable community members. Just to get a sense of that people piece.
Yeah, well, I was an RA in college, and not that that's always something special. But in my instance, I ended up dealing with quite a bit of conflict and therefore conflict resolution. I had, in my opinion, good training from my college with that. And I've had to deal with people on the verge of suicide right in front of me. I've had to deal with hit and runs. And, I took my classes in college very seriously for criminal justice, what I've decided to do since I was in high school. And, I was also a camp counselor, which again, not always something special, but having to live in bunks with the boys at camp, mitigate any issues, make sure that they're behaving themselves, and being firm but not unreasonable with certain situations, connecting people with the right resources, depending on the situations. And, a lot of my personal experiences growing up in the area just kind of seems like standard operating to me. But that's not how my life's been.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And Tim, as far as your question went, it's new for me and new for the department and the town to some extent. So I can't fully say as far as workload goes, but I'm working on getting myself a firm footing. I have several good mentors between Lieutenant Fernari, Brett, and Tom. And I've already started working with some other agencies to try and get a grasp on what can, be worked with between me and them. Say, the Vermont State Game Warden, I met with him on Thursday last week. And so I think that there's a good direction to it.
the board is ready for a motion, I would make one.
Yeah, I'll just say, like, you know, from what we've heard, I mean, yeah, that seems like you have great skills that you're bringing, and that an important piece of this, since it is a very new kind of arrangement in terms of the piecing together of several different roles, just to like, you know, have very open communication with the mentors that you're receiving about how it's going on your end, and I know John will be checking in with those folks and with Chief Kelly, and I hope, John, you can bring any, you know, relevant, pertinent updates back to the board, so we can all just understand kind of how it's going, because it's something that's like kind of new and experimental.
It sounds quite a reasonable suggestion,
Yeah.
which we'll take seriously.
Okay, great. Okay.
I have one other question that I think is very quick. On behalf of the residents, I must ask, do we have an update on expected enforcement for the parking meters timeline? Or is that something we should stay tuned for announcement soon, or?
That is actually a piece that Lori's been working on with Lieutenant Finari, but specifically he's waiting on a small piece from Lori with that. So she probably, if she's gonna be here later on this evening, that could speak better to that piece.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, great. I will take a motion.
I will make a motion. Quick point of clarification, John, are we appointing
I think
Zachary as the deputy, or are we recommending to the state recommendation part?
the latter,
The latter.
recommending to the state that they appoint him deputy town health officer.
Thank you for that. Then I move that the select board recommend to the state the appointment of Zachary Guthrie-Lloyd as deputy town health officer.
And I'll second the motion.
And maybe a friendly amendment to authorize the town manager to sign off on a form if there is such a thing.
Agreed.
Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Zachary, and
Yeah,
good luck to
thank
you.
Good luck. Hopefully we'll see you again soon in a good terms. Not with bad news
Yeah.
from you.
Okay, next we'll consider reappointment of Allison Litten. Is that how you say your name? Yes. Okay, so you don't, yeah, you're not required to. It's a
You're
reappointment.
here.
You wanna come up and say something about, give us a brief, yeah, I'll ask for a very brief snippet of anything you want to share about sister cities and why you're continuing with your service.
Absolutely. Allison Litten, resident of Wilder, French teacher at Hartford High School, and I appreciate the work of the previous person here. I've been a member of the Sister City Committee for years. I feel very passionately about connecting with other people. I have a lot of things to share. And my main goal in this is to continue to work to connect high school students, our Hartford students, with students in France. I feel very strongly about this committee and working to grow the various communities that we touch.
Wonderful. Thank you. Questions for Allison? Yes, Mary.
I have a nuts and bolts question.
Absolutely.
Since I'm the liaison, I noticed in my liaison book, it said the 4th Tuesday, but in your email, it said 3rd Tuesday. So I just want to know which is correct.
Thank you for that. We've been working on tying all those pieces together. It is the 3rd Tuesday, and we are looking for a new liaison to our committee. So thank you for reminding me of that. My teacher brain is. But yes, we do need a new select board liaison to our committee.
Oh,
Well, that's me.
That's Mary.
That's me.
Yeah, you have one.
That's why I was
Yes.
asking the nuts and bolts.
Awesome.
So
Yes.
I show up in the right place at the right time.
Thank you. Yes, 3rd Tuesday.
Okay, great.
So
And
we just
meet
met.
here.
Usually, yeah, 3rd floor. Yeah. I don't-
Great.
Great. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
Will that present a built-in conflict for you?
No,
Oh.
no, it's 5 o'clock, right?
Oh,
So
very
then I
good.
can come over here
Great.
when we have meetings at that time.
You just come downstairs.
Right?
That's
Mhm.
what I did.
take a motion.
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Thank you.
I move that we reappoint Allison Litten to the Sister Cities Committee for a 3-year term, beginning March 17th, 2026 and ending March 16th, 2029.
Second.
Other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thanks so much, Allison.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Felicitaciones.
Bonjour.
Okay, next we have town manager report.
Thank you, Ida. I won't belabor the select board, the town meeting recap, because that seems like old news, even though it was very good news all around, generally speaking. We appreciate the voters coming out and participating in our democracy. The 26-27 general fund budget passed comfortably, as did all lot articles. The 2 water project bonds and the 2 TIF articles were also successful. And congratulations to the select board and town staff, and sincere thanks to the voters. An update on the finance department. The new finance specialist for accounts receivable has been hired and will begin work on April 8th. The new finance director begins her work a few days earlier, Monday, March 30th, 2 weeks from yesterday. As we heard earlier, the town and its police department are celebrating the arrival of the HCRS embedded social worker, Shay Harris, and we wish her every success in her new role. There was a press release that was issued to the community. I hope everybody's had a chance to see it and learn more about Shay and her role with HPD. We have a new community service officer, as we've learned just moments ago, who began on March 2nd. He will be handling, as we've learned, parking enforcement, animal control, and some health officer duties. We wish him very good fortune in his work going forward. The town has hired Allie Cassidy as the town manager's next administrative assistant and assistant delinquent tax collector. Allie will take the reins after a week-long overlap from incumbent, our retiring Lana Livingston. We welcome Allie, and of course, we wish Lana a well-earned, long and happy retirement. I do want to mention that we are very close to making an announcement that our digitization of ordinances is up and running. We've had it posted for internal purposes for department heads to give it the final review and scrub to be sure it's absolutely ready to share. And that should be happening in these next few days. So stay tuned for an announcement. We'll soon be thereafter pivoting to get policies similarly posted in a searchable form on the town website. So again, please stay tuned. I will be out of the office from tomorrow, the 18th, through Tuesday, March 24th. Scott Cooney will be available as acting town manager as needed. However, I will be reachable again if needed. Ida mentions that it's probably a good time to talk about tours of town facilities for new and older select board members, right? It's always a good time to learn more about the town's many departments and their functions and their turf and their challenges. So Dana Clausen will be in touch with each of you to send a poll your way as to which facilities you would like to see in a top to bottom order of priority, and we'll collate those and start scheduling these visitations with the department heads who are going to be our hosts. So stay tuned to hear from Dana Clausen.
Can I jump in on that?
Yes, please.
Did we want to, because Chief Cooney has already reached out with some time options?
Yes.
For a fire department tour.
He-
I don't know
yes.
if we wanted to just run that by people.
Okay.
A moment to see if we could get back to him on
He
that.
was mentioning 8 a.m. on Wednesdays and Fridays over the next few weeks would be available for him. He's not available on the 8th of April, but he would like us to know who would like to attend a station tour of the fire station and station number 2 in Queechee that's been recently remodeled. So if you'd like, we can deal with that as a separate matter. If there are select board members who would be interested in an 8 a.m. tour of the fire station, followed by a visit across to Queechee to see their new and improved fire station, maybe raise your hand and I can follow up with you and schedule an actual time with you.
So he was thinking about 90 minutes, so like, and I had suggested 8 because that happens to work for me, but like, yeah, 8 to 9:30 on a Wednesday or a Friday morning. Are there other folks that would be open to joining in that general timeframe sometime in the next few weeks? Yeah.
I'm interested. I don't know if I'll be able to make it work, but yeah, I'd like to.
Okay.
I will come to the second station.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we could pick you in transit or meet you there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I know. I wonder, maybe we could, many of us have seen the first one. I wonder if we could
Start there.
start there.
Okay. Or we could,
People can leave if they don't want to, if they can't make the full
yeah.
version,
Okay.
but maybe he could give the bulk of what he wants to share at that second one, because I haven't been there either. I'd love to.
Okay. So Miranda and Eric, second station number 2 as a priority.
Yes.
Ida for both. Anybody else would like to take the fire department tour? That's Mike, of course.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Yep.
And do you guys have, is Wednesday or Friday going to be better for you?
Wednesday.
Wednesday? Either?
We'll see.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay.
Okay,
Tim?
so maybe
Yes.
potentially a Wednesday starting at station 2.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. And again, stay tuned for that poll on other possible tours.
Great, thank you.
Sure. Beyond my own worldview, there's worldviews of other people on town staff, and I'll highlight briefly some of what they're up to. The assessing department points out that homestead declarations are being processed on a weekly basis until the end of the year. The assessing office is assisting finance with tax billing issues. In fact, it's been great. During these understaffed times for the finance department, all the departments, especially those in the clerk's office and upstairs on the second floor, that's planning and development, and that is the town manager's office, have been pitching in to provide customer service when that window has been clogged up with other people. So thank you for that teamwork. The town clerk reminds us that dog licenses for 2026 are now available at the clerk's office. All dogs aged 6 months or older must by April 1st be registered or licensed. The clerk also wants to thank the voters who participated in the annual town and school district election held on March 3rd, to the many residents who serve as election workers at the polls, to our incredible board of civil authority for helping to preside over the election with the town clerks, and a special thank you to assistant town clerks Melinda Brooks and Rachel Garvey for their hard work before, during, and after the election. The communications and media specialist points out that with the conclusion of the election, he has wrapped up the town meeting cycle by posting election results and updating various website items. He's updated the website to reflect recent select board changes, including updated member positions and new local select board liaison roles. Environmental Sustainability Coordinator notes that they have been working with the town planning office to hold their last public hazard mitigation planning meeting on Wednesday, the 11th. And they plan to submit a draft version of the hazard mitigation plan to the Vermont Emergency Management folks today. Vermont Emergency Management will review it, come back with some within the next couple of months with comments and required edits. There'll also be time allotted for public comment during the revision period. Once this is completed, the plan will be presented to the select board for approval. The Environmental Sustainability Coordinator also notes that the site host agreement was signed and permits issued on March 11th for the installation of 8 level 3 fast chargers in the South Main Street parking lot. These are being funded through the Federal National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Act and come at no cost to the town. The chargers will be installed and operational in the next 3 months. Department of Public Works would like to welcome Daniel Michalski in the Water Treatment Division. They also want to point out that in the Highway Division, the last couple of weeks have shifted from snow operations to mud season reactions and gravel road maintenance due to the weather pattern. It's also caused a significant uptick in pothole repairs as well, as you can imagine. They've received an additional 240 tons of salt from non-contractor vendor as an emergency purchase due to the ongoing salt shortage. But we have just gotten word that we're back to receiving contract-based pricing for deliveries from Cargill and have gotten them in recent days. So we seem to be back on track for salt purchases. With respect to the White River Junction pollution abatement plant, they're working with the IT director to upgrade the internet at the plant for the dialer, which has been problematic due to slow internet and outdated technology. At the transfer station, they received notice from the Department of Environmental Conservation, Solid Waste Division, that the town's temporary variance of the household hazardous waste semi-annual collection to one event in Hartford and the additional event covered by the Greater Upper Valley event was approved. This is great news for this year and gives us some time to work collaboratively with the Solid Waste District to meet required event obligations. Parks and Rec notes that their spring summer guide is available and complete. You may have encountered it on your desk today. The Department of Planning notes that, again, they're working on that hazard mitigation plan with Dana, and that a draft review will occur from the state soon. They're continuing to work on development of the project scope to ensure that it meets the Select Board's objectives. That's the multimodal transportation feasibility study. Hartford Police Department notes a couple of more routine stops that have resulted in enforcement of out of state warrants for people involved in the drug trade, and details are in your SIGACs. Again, commendations to all the officers involved for quick response. The Outreach Division, again, received and welcomed Police Liaison Shay Harris. She comes to us with a wealth of knowledge as the HCRS liaison and has enthusiastically begun learning her new role. I believe that's all I've got. Thank you.
Question for John. I mean, whenever, a bit quickly before you got into the SIGACs, but the update about the policy digitization
Yes.
timeline, when can you?
I think that by the time of the next meeting, we'll be able to announce that it's online and usable by the members of the public. We're just, again, having an internal departmental head review of what's been posted for our internal review. And we think that in a couple of weeks' time, it will be ready to go.
Yes. Comment on your report? Thank you.
Sure.
We'll now go on to board report motions and ordinances. And people might notice that we organize this in a slightly new way, trying to focus on action items, which we're hoping can be a little more streamlined, with the understanding that as board members, we've read the details in the packet, and these are things that we hope we can approve with fairly little discussion, although discussion is an option, and of course, board members and the public can ask questions about any of these items, and then we'll move on to another section that we anticipate will involve a little bit more discussion and hashing out as a board with the, again, an option for public input on those items. And action may be taken on those items, but also it may not. It might just be things that we're kind of talking about for planning and preparation for future decisions that we need to make later down the road.
So I just had a thought around that. I appreciate that. And the idea would be that, you know, we could discuss any matter, as you say, and would it be possible to bundle all of the motions kind of at the end in some more efficient fashion, rather than like motion and then the next discussion, you know what I mean? Like would it be proper to just sort of cover A through F as anybody have any questions? We might have legitimate discussion around all those items. But then at the end of that, when we're done with F, we could sort of motion through all of them.
That's definitely something we can think about, and as in the agenda setting meeting, we can kind of maybe keep that in our minds, as are there ways to streamline even further?
I wonder if Lana might have any thoughts as to whether that would create any confusion as she tries to summarize what has taken place in the draft minutes that she generates. Do you have any thoughts?
Individually would be clearer, but.
Yes. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have?
No, I do, the way individually it would be more clear than bundling of the end, I think, but you can always try something.
Right, thank you. Okay, so maybe if there's ones that like have a logical, but like, you know,
I just
connection to each other, we can try that out at some point. But I think some of the DPW ones, even though it's all DPW matters, they are very distinct from each other, and so might deserve for sort of their own space.
I'm also thinking about if I was in the auditor's shoes, trying to reconstruct what took place. Was this approval for the road repairs, or is it for the purchase of a sand filter, which might come out of a different funding source? Just things like that jump out at me as, again, someone who worries about how unintended consequences could play a role.
Thank you.
We'll keep it in mind and monitor kind of various concerns, but it might be appropriate in some form or fashion that's not clear to us at the moment. All right, so let's go to 5A, which is consider request to fly the pride flag at town hall.
Yes, Ida, as you know, for several years now, that has been a tradition in town, and this year is no different. We've been approached by a group that would like to fly that flag in the summer, for a week in the summertime. And there's a memo in the, or an there's an email exchange in the packet that talks about that desire to fly the pride flag between July 18th and 25th. And I believe we have representatives who are asking for this available online.
Yes. Hello. I am unable to change my name, so apologies for that. My name is Ginevra Wetmore, and I'm a member of the White River Junction Pride Committee. And we're, that was a great summary. We're coming back to ask to fly the pride flag from July 18 to 25th. We've done pride celebrations for the last 6 years, and for the last 3, we have flown the pride flag during that week per the town hall flagpole policy. So thanks for considering this request, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much. Any questions for Ginevra? Who is with the Main Street Museum?
I have a question loosely related to the flag itself, but I'm wondering if there are plans in the works for there to be another parade this year. Last year was really awesome with a really cool community event with vendors and music and stuff. So yeah, I just wondered if there's an event in the works that would coincide with the flag being up.
Oh, yes, definitely. There are many events in the works, but the parade is going to be right now, Saturday, the 25th, and it'll have that kind of after fest that it did last year as well. So that's the day for it. That should be the last day that we have the flag up, I believe. Yes, it is. And before that, there'll be all sorts of things all around town. So we're getting our final schedule together now.
Awesome, cool. Well, thank you.
Great, any other questions? Great, I'll take a motion. Oh, is there?
Oh, no, sorry.
Thank you.
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
Chair.
You're fine.
I knew that was gonna come out at some point or not. I said it for a year, so. Sorry. I will move that the select board approve the pride flag be flown from July 18th at 3 p.m. to July 25th at 3 p.m. at Town Hall.
Second.
Other discussion? All those in
Oh, wait,
favor?
I'm sorry, I have a public comment on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Peggy Richardson, Margaret Richardson from Hartford, near the high school, and I'm just speaking briefly in support of this motion. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna abstain.
And one abstention. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks so much, Ginevra, and congrats and thanks.
Yeah,
For
thanks so
the
much.
organizing you're doing around this celebratory event. Okay. Next, 5B, consider DPW proposal to rehabilitate 2 green sand filters.
Yes, and we're here with with Chris Holsworth for B, C, D, and E, I believe. So get comfortable.
All right, good evening. I'm gonna try to be quick. I'm assuming everyone read the memos. With me today is Matthew Terry. He is our new chief water operator. Wanted to introduce you, get him familiar with you as we hopefully turn over some responsibilities to him and you get to see more of him in the future. So the green sand filter, this is something that was included within our budget that was approved and scheduled for this fiscal year we're currently in. In the past, we've replaced 2 of them 2 years ago, and then 2 years before that, we replaced another 2. They last for 7 to 12 years, depending on how well you can manage them. But these are the last 2 in this current cycle of rehabilitations, where they actually take out the sand, the media, and the internals and put it back together. There is the possibility of discovering that some concrete and piping has to be removed because there is a fear there is asbestos embedded in there, and if it gets broken or gets into a condition where it can become a health hazard at the time they inspect it. If it's like new, they don't replace it, but it's within the budget before you to replace it. So these green sand filters are currently beyond their normal life expectancy, but they are performing, but they're overdue to be rehabilitated. We use them to get rid of excess manganese, but they do have side effects where they can also reduce other contaminants. So not that we have those issues, it's a specialized product just for this. It doesn't interfere with our chlorination process. So it's special product. We can only sole source it again. So the cost and the lead time on it is a little extreme. Carbon filtration products systems out of Rhode Island has been the winning contractor. Every time we put it out to bid, they are the low bidder when we have multiple bidders by up to half of the competition. Because normally it is companies that don't specialize in this complex system, right? So when you get a larger, I won't name them, company bidding on it, their prices are inflated because they don't do it on a regular basis. Carbon filtration actually designs them, replaces them, so they're uniquely qualified. So we are recommending, our budget we had set was a little low, so we are asking to take some money out of reserves, which are there for this purpose. And that said, it's a pretty much a no-brainer. Given there is inflation going forward, when we start scheduling the next one, we will bump it up and try to project the inflation forward.
Any questions about this item about the water filters?
The contents in the bid application, the fields seemed a little garbled. I'm not sure what happened there, Chris. So my interpretation may be correct, but it looks like their response to, are there any pending lawsuits, is 1. But I'm not sure. And so if in fact that's true, is there any, what is your risk assessment there, if any?
Yeah, it doesn't print out well at all. But we've worked with them several times, and there's been zero risk on our end for consideration. Every situation is unique in business. There are lawsuits. But again, they are the only bidder for this, and they've done well by us many times. So based on maybe something we have no knowledge of, a bad situation, whether it was, who knows who's really at fault, like I can't not move forward with the public health and safety of this project based on someone else's one in God knows how many years. This company's been in business a long time, so.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, Mary?
All right. I move that the select board approve awarding Carbon Filtration Systems Incorporated a contract for $174,546, utilizing $136,745.20 from FY 26 GL 50-952-318-0000 and $37,800.80 from the capital reserves for Fund 50.
Second from Miranda. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Okay.
Moving on to the next one.
So the next one, this one's brought to you, in the past, maybe it hasn't always been brought to you, but the past practices have been that grants go forward to you for approval. This is one of those ones, if you're looking to cut back, maybe it's more of a memo to you in the future, but we can offer some ideas about how to cut back on your workload. So this grant is obviously one we receive every year, and we incorporate it into our budget for our road program, specifically usually ditching, under drains, water quality improvement projects along our paving projects, because that's where we're going to be working, and that's where the money has the largest effect on the quality of the outcome of the projects. So again, we're asking you to endorse John to sign this letter of intent, with the understanding that their initial offer is $35,000 and it may increase. Last year, we didn't word it in a manner that covered it in case they increased it. So we came back to you another time. This time we worded it so that if they increase it, we don't have to come back and waste another meeting slot of time for you. So again, this is a revenue source. It's already budgeted. The work is going to get done one way or another. So again, we're just asking you to endorse this.
And the matching funds are done by labor or internal labor, yes?
Yeah, so we're using, for our match, we're using our internal equipment and labor cost. So it's already budgeted, like, we're not coming out of pocket to do the match.
Questions about this one?
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. So last year we were approved for 33.5 and got 53,000, which is pretty nice. I assume it's just because some towns didn't opt in, and then there's a bigger pot of money to be shared.
Right.
So at this spending rate, or at this grant rate rather, between measured in tens of thousands of dollars, how long can the town expect? How long would it take us to sort of do the work that needs to be done, the sort of the urgent stuff, the critical stuff, and the high priority stuff?
So,
and I ask because it seems like a piddly amount of money. I mean, it's nice, it's great, we're not going to turn it down. But if I want to talk to my representatives or senators in Montpelier about this money and the need to do the work that we need to do, I'd like to understand, like, at this rate, if it's going to take us 20 years to catch up, then they should know that, right?
We're technically ahead of schedule compared to most towns on our meeting the hydraulically connected road segment rules. So are we ahead as to where we want to be to protect our pavement and our roadway conditions? No. So it all depends as far as getting to full compliance that I would find acceptable versus the state. And it's only a snapshot in time, right? The condition changes constantly of ditches and so forth. So it's really hard to say, because you can have a road that's fully compliant one year, next year it can fall out of compliance just because of erosion and other issues, storm events typically. So that's really hard to forecast what you're saying, because one small July 23rd event can ruin it. So that's really unpredictable. I don't see them giving us more money ever. For instance, it is a public amount in a way. Last year's award, if you went through our paving plan and all the work and all the culverts, we have now got a full reimbursement. I'm waiting for all the receipts from the checks or the canceled checks, but we spent enough on Old River Road to fully reimburse on that 53. And we have many more roads to go before July. So it's a revenue source. It helps. It encourages you to do these further improvements before you pave or before you finish your spring work along a gravel road. But, you know, it's just a revenue source that if you're already working towards it, it's a revenue source. If you're a smaller town who doesn't have any money for that work, then maybe it's a bigger impact on you. But we have a lot of paved roads compared to some towns, and we really need to protect those paved roads and do this work as it is. And unless we cut the funding totally, we're not, then it would matter more to us. But I believe we want to protect the roads we're now starting to pave. So.
I have a quick question, Chris. And maybe you can't answer this, and you've talked about this before, but do you already have in mind where, if we get this grant, where it's going to be used? Because I know you talked before about a program that you have that's going to do all of that work.
So we are waiting for the rest of the road condition to settle out.
Right.
And we're doing our first AI assessment, which we can do multiple times this year once the conditions are right, and assess them after the roads are repaved. So that we keep an accurate record of the work. But when we do that, we're going to narrow down where we have a long list of roads we're behind on paving, but we're going to use the AI assessment to assist us in making sure we put the money into the worst ones that have the biggest impact. And at that time, we'll map out what improvements we can do along those roads.
Great, thank you. I'll make a motion.
Any other questions for Chris?
Okay.
Your motion.
Well,
Queen
we
tonight.
keep moving in the right direction. Okay, I move that the select board authorizes the town manager to execute and submit the letter of intent to participate in the SFY 27 Grants and Aid Program and to execute any subsequent grant agreement utilizing funds within the Highway Department's summer maintenance budget. Second.
Very quickly. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. Must be that you weren't able to make motions for so long.
I know.
Now you're catching up on that. Yeah.
It's pent up.
Right, it's pent up, yeah, we appreciate it. Okay, Chris, next one is gonna be about certifying compliance with road and bridge standards.
Right. So in the past, we have a transportation ordinance that's pretty stringent. As it is, we've adopted the state's road and bridge standards. So every year we have to certify that we've adopted them. That's all it is. It allows us better grant opportunities.
Okay.
So
Very straightforward. Any questions about this one?
Go for it, someone else.
I recommend, I move that the select board authorize the town manager to execute and submit the annual town and bridge standards certification form to the district transportation administrator.
Second.
Second from Tim. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, finally, with regards to Chris Holsworth, review and approve annual financial plan for highways.
So I gave you a little bit more background on this one in the memo. I hope you read it. Simply, this is to ensure that we're spending $300 per mile of our roads in order to receive our state aid. If we do not submit this form, we could lose our quarterly payments in state aid that magically show up. So really not something we want to do. We just simply go through, the district office guides you, you go through your budget book and you just simply take what they feel is reimbursable, total it up, and that's how you get to the number.
Make a motion. Uh, The motion would read, I move that the select board authorizes the town manager to execute and submit the TA 60 form to the district transportation administrator.
Second from Miranda. Other comments? All those in favor?
Aye. That's Chris, thank you, Matthew.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Matthew Terry.
Matthew Terry, yeah, welcome.
Thank
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for joining us. Next up is Lori, and we're going to be hearing about considering the approval of the TIF district loan package.
Okay, well, thank you. Let me get distribution.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Okay. I noted in my memo, there were some changes that we were anticipating. And John has a copy.
Okay, thanks.
And the changes are, well, let me just go through them for generally. There's an amortization table, and there was an error that was made. It was supposed to be based on a 20-year. We caught that, but, and we've got that. It actually saves us even more money than what we were anticipating on saving on interest. And I've checked it out, and it continues to allow us to have a positive cash flow. So those are my two criteria for making sure that we keep within the 20 years that we had talked about. The second thing is that there is a corrected title for Ashley. I apologize for that. They just merged the two together twice. They printed the same thing, so we've got that cleaned up. We filled in various dates on the documents and formatting. And then I had mentioned that there were additional documents that we would be getting from our attorney representing us. And those are the capital improvement borrowing resolution, capital improvement borrowing tax certification, and there's also another form on the back of that, the very last one, which goes along with that as well. Then we've had the full attorney review going back and forth, and the documentations of what we anticipate being there is for here. I will get the copy here of signature things that we will have on the break for you to complete. One of the things I wanted to note to you is that we were very successful in having the vote that we know on March 3rd, which enabled us to do this. We are going forward, as you recollect that for, excuse me, I'm dealing with some eye issues here. $3,548,880 is the project that we talked about as our final project for the TIF loan, excuse me, for the TIF final project. And of that, we a little over $13 million comes from the surplus bond funds that we have from projects that we had been able to complete under budget. But what's going before you then is the remaining $2,226,290, and that is composed of the document that was just on the authorization for TIF funding and through the bond article, which was 1,130,400. Plus, but we also had some remaining funds that were previously authorized, but were not put within the necessarily put within this allocation currently. We did note it as part of the matching funds that would be allocated. And so it is covered within our bond or our loan request that we're going to put forth before you today. We were not able to take advantage of the Vermont. We were not able to take advantage of the Vermont Bond Bank because of the timing of our voter authorization. We would not be able to come to conclusion in a timely manner to meet our March 31 date. So our option was to go out for conventional financing. We did speak to Mascoma Bank as one of the applicants because they are the bank that we deal with a lot of our town business. We did check out a couple other area loan agencies and banking institutions, and they could not match what we could get through Mascoma. So we did do that. It is a typical amortization loan, which does start with, you know, a higher rate of payment on your interest, but also just tiers you down as you go through the process. We also were able to get part of our arrangement there that we would have deferred payment on the loan, and we could do a drawdown, and we would not have to pay interest on that. We would not have to pay interest on the loan if we had not had any drawdown until 2.5 years after closing, which is very good because we know that we have a period of time where we're going to start getting RFPs out for engineers and everything, get that all set up. As we draw down, we're only going to be paying interest on that which we draw down. And our payments don't begin until year 28. So that also makes it more favorable towards us overall in terms of town expenditures, and as well as it enables us to reduce our interest rate. And in this instance, with the new calculation of the 20-year amortization payment schedule, we'll be saving $416,393 in interest. So that I think is much lower than what we were anticipating we would have to go for conventional financing. Pretty darn close. When I had checked this originally, the going rate at the bond bank was 3.85. This is 4.4. So I think we're pretty darn close to it. And certainly saving from what we had anticipated with the voters. With that, I think I'm going to just sort of pause a little bit and make sure that you don't have any questions, and then we can go on to the next phase.
Questions for Lori so far? Yeah, and I will say we originally scheduled like 10 minutes for this part. I think we have read the material, so I don't know if you want to take another couple minutes to present the rest of the information that you have on this item, and we
Sure.
can maybe see if we have discussion or questions.
Sure.
There.
Well, just for the general public, it is now a proposal for a 20-year period of a loan with a fixed rate of 4.4% interest. I went through the advantages that we have in the structure of it for payment. The draft documents are pretty standard kind of stuff. There were some modifications to it to recognize the town. Most of the documents that you are signing are going to be brought to our closing. The closing will be on March 30th, 2026. I do want to bring your attention to something that I did include in the documents of the attachment, and that is a letter from our attorney, Elijah, and that actually outlined, what is that letter? I'm sorry. It was in the packet at the very end of the packet. There is a notification from Primer Piper. Yeah.
Memo?
The memo, yes. The memo from Primer Piper. Yes. Emerson, yes.
Yes.
And that's the memo that he wrote up for us. And so I want to make sure you saw that as part of the documentation. If you have any questions about that, let me know. But those were conditions under which we are going forward with it, making sure that you as the board was aware that we're not violating any laws, but we are allowing a process that can occur so we continue to maintain any opportunity if somebody does choose to petition. So so I think that covers all that I have. If you can get done early, that's okay. There is one document that will be brought at closing, and that has to do with what they call the information return for tax exempt government bonds. And that's a document that would need to be signed by the treasurer. And there are a couple other documents that are in here. You're going to sign this evening if you do agree to this. And then the town treasurer will be signing on or before the 30th for the closing. And I do want to just say I am adding an additional suggested motion for you at the end, which is to authorize the select board chair to approve any necessary changes to the loan documents at or prior to the loan closing planned for March 30th, 2026.
You may not need that language again once we
I
do the
will
motion,
do
but
that,
let's-
yes.
Yeah, let's just have some questions. I think Tim, you had a.
Yeah, I have two
Yeah.
questions. One perhaps for John. I've noticed here that it's suggesting that, and I'm guessing Mascoma is concerned that we would borrow too much money, but there's a stipulation here that we don't issue any new money debt of $10 million or more, and I assume that's highly unlikely.
I can't foresee it.
Right, that was verified with the attorney. We went through that. That's part of our documentation of what we looked at. That actually has to do with more in terms of the fact that how the money that they're receiving they're able to present it to us. And because we are a government agency and it's a government benefit that is being made, they are able to take advantage of tax rate reductions on them. And those are some of the limits that actually the federal government's established.
So one more question. So, the original concept here is that we would do these improvements and obviously see a gain, and you had indicated that we have indeed seen that gain and perhaps exceeded expectations on the value of property that has increased within that district to cover our debt, if you will. Is that correct?
Well, no, it's what we have already received plus what we expect to be garnering in the future.
Right.
What to date, it's more than what we had done, but we, so.
So to give you
I
an
guess the
example,
question is, right.
so we have downtown, and I'm making up numbers, but let's pretend like before the TIF work, we had $15 million worth of property, and now it's increased to 28 million. Again, I'm making up numbers, but is the modeling new now? So we have this final kind of work we're doing. Have you changed the expectations for what additional incremental improvement we'll see in property values within that district?
No, that really doesn't come within my jurisdiction of what we're anticipating is that there is new growth coming in. There will be sufficient revenue to do that. One of the expenditures that over the time from when we originally put together our expectations was, and you may have seen it in what we talked about, the related expenditures that we have. And part of that, a big chunk of it is the state audit. That was never anticipated as highly expensive to the municipalities. And with and it having to go all the way through into the conclusion of our projects, which goes to 2046. So that really added almost $800,000 worth of expenditures.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at a little bit here is that if indeed the improvements exceed our expectations, I would encourage us to pay down the loan more rapidly, right? So in other words,
Okay, so that's one of the things I can point out to you. As you can see, well, we talked about this earlier. I don't know that I have a spreadsheet for you here, although I have it for myself. But our expectations of revenues, and we have to go and check in with the TIF board every year. So we'll be tracking this on an annual basis. But we anticipate that the amount of money that we're going to collect through 2036 will be sufficient to pay off all debts by the end of that are existing, but we don't have to collect any more money. So, and it's always been on that if there is not sufficient funds, as you all know, the town has a liability for that. So because we're going to be tracking this on an annual basis, it will give us the opportunity to be able to reevaluate, and maybe some of the earlier loans at a junction point, you will say, we're going to pay it off, because any one of these can be, paid off early and no penalty. And that includes this loan as well. So you do have the choice. And my recommendation is come to year 10 or even year 8, and you look at what the numbers look like and where we are in terms of paying off the debt, and you start doing that. And you may do it for every single one of them there if you want to. And we're not in a position, obviously, right now to do that, because I think the margins are ones that you want to see how things are going. You don't want to overestimate what your liability is going to be. And certainly it's not enough to cover the current debt, some of the more recent debts. But there may be in a year or two, you look at it and say, well, you know what, let's just pay that off.
So a quick follow-up on that. So the idea would be that right now we sort of segregate those funds, if you will, right? So they're basically pardoned off for the TIF thing. So it could, is the program such that if we indeed paid all that debt off, that segregation goes away, that it just goes back, all that money goes back into general
And in fact,
funds?
what we're required to do at the conclusion of our district, with all the debt and everything, is an update needs to be put together. And then whatever goes back to the state and whatever goes back to the town, general funds, and that occurs. We are required to do that.
Cool, thank you.
But I would also want to just point out that one of the things it will also reduce if you pay off the complete debt early, it'll eliminate some of the related costs and those very costly audits. And not only costly in terms of what you literally have to pay the state, but what you would have internally have to do as well for hours.
Thanks for that context. Some of the questions. Other questions? Ready for a motion? Is that a motion or a question?
A question about a motion.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So I'm confused, which is not new.
Oh, sorry, would you mind introducing
Oh, sorry.
yourself and your residence?
Janesh Sharkey Potter, White River Junction. I live on the hill that is not entirely stable. And so we did have TIF, we had a vote, I thought, and I could be wrong, to fix Gate Street, and it was part of this TIF.
No, it's
stuff.
not part of the district.
It's not.
No.
Didn't we vote to fix up Gates Street and Fairview Terrace that's landsliding down?
Yes.
But that's a separate financing approach. It's not within the TIF.
It's not in the TIF
No,
district.
it's not. The section, it goes only up to Church Street. And that, and so the section.
So it
that
goes
you're
to the
talking about-
end of that,
Yeah.
that road. Okay. Can I just ask? Oh,
Yeah,
I'll
you can
email.
ask about that.
I'm just asked, like, where is that at? Like,
Yeah, the question
because
came
we're
up
talking
at,
about sliding into the back of Bugby, that whole hillside.
the question came up at town meeting, and I got the same answer for it today, which is basically that we've negotiated easement agreements in principle with 4 of the 5 landowners from whom we would need easements. We're going to have to see whether the 6th easement provider is going to cooperate or whether there might be the need for litigation. And that's what's held up the project. We're hoping to lock it down so we can begin construction, because the voters did approve $4.1 million of financing for that
And
project.
where would that financing come from? Not
That'd be the bond bank that we would go to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
That's all.
Any other input from the public?
Motion for you if you're ready for it, I know.
Oh, great. And you have the additional second motion?
I do.
Perfect. Great.
Move that the board approve the incurring a loan with Mascoma Bank in accordance with the loan documents presented in the amount of $2,226,000, $2,226,290 for TIF district public infrastructure improvements. Execute all documents necessary to proceed to loan closing by March 31st, 2026. And authorize the select board chair to approve any necessary changes to the loan documents at or prior to loan closing planned for March 30th, 2026.
Right, we actually shifted the date. It's on or before, but we shifted it because that's when Joe will be in town and he can sign documents. So you could change it to honor, before for consistency. If that matters.
Give you a day just in case.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a second and, one more comment. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, so Joe Major is a corporator of Mascoma, and Mascoma stands to gain a significant amount of money from this transaction. Is there any potential issue with that?
My understanding, he has no relationship with, he's our town treasurer.
Yes, I'm aware he's listed as a corporator for Mascoma Savings Bank.
Was that an error in something? Where was that in
Maybe
the-
it was an error.
in-
It's
in
on
one
their
of the
website.
documents?
No, it's on their website. So I'm just concerned, just to be fully transparent, that we all know.
I don't, the
That-
same Joe Major? Are we
Yeah,
sure
I
that
have a
it's the same Joe
screenshot of
Major?
it. You can check on. So I just want the town to be aware of potential conflicts of interest. I don't.
I appreciate that. I don't know if there's a remedy, given that there's no other treasurer that we can work with, no assistant or deputy treasurer.
Let me check it. I had no knowledge of that.
You should.
Is it the same Joe Major?
It could be another.
Well,
Yeah, well, maybe Jeanette, you can share this information with. John,
right,
you
and
can
I
share
will
with
look
Lori.
into it, but
Yeah.
if that's the case, we can do modifications onto the documents.
What is a corporate? Is anybody, John?
Sort of somebody involved in the governance of the bank, or the creation or governance of the bank.
Well, after we look into this, does the second part of the amendment that says, or the motion that says that the chair can approve amendments?
Yes,
if
yes.
Needed, then we
Mhm,
could
yes,
use
we
that.
can do that, yes.
Okay, okay. People comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Was there a second?
Yeah.
Yes,
Second,
Ashley.
Ashley seconded. Another comment online? Okay, I'll take one more comment online.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Heidi due to White River Junction, Vermont.
Yes.
Was
Can
I
hear
told
you.
that late?
No, oh, you can go ahead, Heidi.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Heidi due to White River Junction, Vermont. I would like to actually state that I've had knowledge of Joe being a part of Mascoma Savings Bank for 2 to 3 years now. And it is true. He is, I don't remember what the wording is. And someone really needs to look into this. So yes, it's true. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain? Okay, great. Thank you.
Could I just
Yes.
make a statement
Yes.
regardless, for your
Mhm.
assurance?
Yes.
I was the one that was facilitating all of the communications on the process and working with our attorney. So I think that the process, regardless of what the outcome is of my research on that I feel that there is no conflict. And just to let you know, so.
But we will check it.
But definitely I will check into
Because I
it.
did confirm that it is on the.
But
Mascoma
I
website.
just want to let you know for the record that there was, as our, treasurer, I kept him apprised of what was going on, but I did all of the direct correspondence and communication with the bank.
Okay, yeah, well, I think it'd be great. I mean,
So,
that's great reassurance to have, and if you could, maybe we could hear back a report, yeah, after you research and sort of give us a better understanding of, perceived or real conflicts of
Right.
interest, and including optics, that would be helpful for us to understand what that
Sure.
might, what the implications are in the future.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thank you, Lori.
Thanks, Lori.
She's not leaving yet.
Yeah, oh,
Right,
that's
I'm
right.
gonna have we're taking a break. I do have to get some
Okay.
stuff that was
Perfect.
upstairs
Let's take a 5-minute break and come back.
or
at-
not. Oh, Matt already brought it down, well, so actually.
We don't need to take a break. We can,
I think we should take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break if that's okay with you, Lori. I know
Oh, yeah,
you-
perfectly fine.
Okay, so let's come back promptly at 10 to.
Lori, do you need to send that to, or Ashley, could maybe send it to you?
It's not necessary, I can do research.
Okay. The next item is again with
so.
Lori, and it's continued consideration of tier 1B land use designations. So we were a little ambitious with our timing again, so this was allocated for 15 minutes. So Lori, if you could, present and wrap up before 8 o'clock, that would be wonderful. We don't have time for the questions. We're trying to be a little more diligent about time allocation.
Right,
For all the agenda items.
It
So,
was
yeah.
gonna be a very brief, presentation, which basically is, it's a repeat of last appointment meeting. The difference is now, you've had a little bit more time to understand what's going on. We have gotten a little bit more information from the state that you had requested, so that's in here as well. And at that point, I think I'm gonna just turn it on over to you all, so you can raise your questions. If anybody in the audience has questions, obviously this is the time to do that as well. There you go.
Okay, excellent. So we'll start with questions from the select board, and then we'll see if there's public questions or comments. And then we will continue with select board discussion. So any questions from the board? Eric.
Thank you, Becca. Thank you, Lori. So we've got the maps. And then separately, there is the RPC's draft language to which the Planning Commission is submitting comments. And once those comments are submitted, I understand the RPC will then ultimately send a draft for finalization. So the question that I have with that context, we have maps, but we also that define these designations. And the designations have terminology, and the draft chapter, which the board has no purview over. That's my understanding. We're just focused on the maps and approving the maps. The language applies to the designations.
Yes.
So there are two separate things that are happening independently. The question that I have is, what are the potential future consequences of adopting the maps before the language in the FLU chapter? By designating areas according to what's been proposed, do we inherit the corresponding restrictions on requirements from the narrative, in noting that the Planning Commission may or may not be comfortable with some of that language? So we've got two things going on, and I just want to understand.
Right. And I appreciate that. We've raised some of the same questions ourselves as a municipality, and then there's also other municipalities that are feeling like there's a disconnect, or like the cart before the horse kind of thing. And so and thinking through where we are at this juncture in terms of the approval of this, I did speak with the RPC today, and they recognize that we have some of these things and questions we may want to try and resolve on these issues before you have an adoption process. So one of the things I think would be helpful is, if there are those kinds of things that you have questions, this would be a good time to raise them. And if we need to postpone this until 31st, that could work as an option. We did meet with the Planning Commission last night. I think we have enough of a sense of where some of the questions are. We can pose them to the Regional Planning Commission. At least you will know then as to what it does contain in terms of the relationship with the land use narrative, which we did not have at the time that we did our land use designation mapping. So when Matt and I were talking about it a little bit more today, we're thinking, well, given that, maybe we want to go back, and the Planning Commission may want to go back and make some amended changes to the boundaries or not, depending on how some of those questions are answered. The thing I would want to clarify with this Regional Planning Commission, again, it's all a matter of what's going to be in the final documents that they present. They are on a different timeline with the state in terms of when they need to identify certain areas, because certain things go into effect for Act 181 I think it's, and some road standards as of July 1 in 2026. So those are things I'd like to get a little bit more clarity from them about as to your question, just like that. What is the response? Should we see now through the narrative that maybe that isn't exactly what we thought we were approving, or should we know more about that before we go for the 1B status?
Thank you. May I follow up?
Yes.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but this board is not looking at the language, the narrative, right? That's the planning commission's responsibility.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the question.
Yeah, we did talk about that last night, and I think how we ended it up was like, you're right, there's a merging of the two. And I think the way to approach that is getting the questions that you have so that it's something that the planning commission can take up as well.
Okay, I apologize. That was not entirely clear to me that we were looking at the language in the narrative. I thought our focus was simply on the maps, and so
it is on the maps, but like you said, the language informs that.
Okay.
To a certain extent.
And do you want to give us some sort of a deadline for comments to be submitted to John, to be passed on to the department, to be passed on to the RDC, or how does this work?
Well, that would be helpful. We are trying to put together a list of questions to go to the Regional Planning Commission on the general land use plan, which is a component of it. By the 25th is when our next meeting is with the Regional Planning Commission. So we've asked our Planning Commission, the Hartford Planning Commission, to give us any comments by Monday. Well, Friday, really, but if you get it to us, close the business on Friday this week. Now, I know that that's a push, and I think, we can come back on the 31st, and I may not have all of the answers to the questions. Let me put it this way. Let me step back a little bit. If there are questions that come on my desk on the 25th, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to pose them to the Regional Planning Commission.
Okay.
If I get it on the 29th, I will pose it to the Regional Planning Commission so that to the best of our ability, we will be prepared for the 31st meeting. And when I spoke with Kyle today, he said, just give me questions and I'll answer them to you as quickly as I can and get it back to you. So,
And for that purpose, let's bypass the normal protocol and get them directly to the department head, if you would. No reason to get them to me, who may or may not see them.
Right. So I apologize if that muddies the waters a little bit, but
I think
it's good to understand that. And if there are questions, hearing the Planning Commission's questions that they posed last night, I have confidence that they're looking at the things that are important to us. But I think if the board has an opportunity and wishes to comment on the language as well, they should. I have one or two other things for you to follow, just from follow up from last night, Lori. So I understand regarding the maps that the areas that are impacted are downtown and village centers, village areas, planned growth areas. And planned growth areas, just to circle back to our conversation last night, but does not include the transition areas.
Correct.
Very good. And then finally, I would say that I have developed quite a bit more confidence in what we're trying to achieve here with the approval of this Tier 1B, including hearing the discussions last night. So I'm actually reasonably comfortable. The point that one of the reasons for deferring this, in addition to the review of the language, is that something that may have come up last night was a question of outreach. And so as a board, we talked about this, do we sort of have a little checklist, and we should be reminding ourselves, have we done outreach on this particular item? And some of these, I heard last night that some of these changes may be a bit of a bigger deal, or they may present more impact in Quechee and West Hartford. And so now, between now and the 31st, I think it would be prudent for us as a board to make sure that there's proper outreach to those villages. I don't know that there'll be objections, but we just want to make sure we go through the process of making sure we're doing outreach, and so that people understand this, because right now the Act 250 exemptions are in place. But if we if we approve this, starting in 2027, if I'm correct, if I'm incorrect, please let me know, but starting in 2027, that those exemptions would continue. And so I think we want people to understand that as well.
Right, there are some villages that do have it currently and some that do not. And also areas within the growth center, some, not 100% of them were included within the state's growth center, but we got pretty close. I mean, I think we, and we have a mapping that'll show, you know, how we went through that process. But, you know, just to give you a sense of context, even though we're not asking you to review the language yet for, well, we are to a certain extent, the language as it relates to the tier 1B. But when we did the evaluation internally and with the planning commission, we had several meetings with them with all of these mappings up on the wall. They were open to all the public. We did a couple community meetings. Very little number of people showed up, but those people who did, you know, felt like they got some good information. And we literally looked at block by block or zoning district by zoning district, and that what it currently is zoned today, what's allowed within it. And then going back to what was being suggested or proposed by the Regional Planning Commission and making sure that we weren't going this way, that they were reflecting what the community's goals and aspirations and years of planning reflected. And that's something that I would say that the Regional Planning Commission started out with their best effort on, you know, from what they understood. We made a whole series of suggestions just internally of working with them, even before we got to the Planning Commission, because we knew that, hey, we already knew that the Planning Commission had an issue on this or whatever. There's not a consistency with the land use zoning or even the land uses that we had in our town plan. And in most of the instances, we were able to meld everything together. And then the Regional Planning Commission came to our meetings and they heard what the Planning Commission members had to say. And so going back and forth, we were pretty successful in getting the reflection of what our zoning districts say. Not 100%, we know that. We will still fight for some of that as we go forward, but that was a good process. And I don't want us to short circuit that good planning process. So I do see that there is some value in the 1B designation because those communities that in the past have been supportive of having some relaxation on Act 250, it's something that from a planning perspective, a lot of the planners across the state have raised questions over the years about, for communities like Hartford, where we have very, very solid and comprehensive regulations, that adding some of the oversight of Act 250 in some instances creates more delay and more cost to projects being implemented. So I know I went over my 5 minutes, my 10 minutes, but I think it's really important to note that you've got a planning commission and you've got a staff that's looking out for these kinds of things that we hear in the community and wanting to, raise our hand a lot when we're at our regional planning commission meetings if we need to.
Thank you. And if I may just, the last comment would be to just thank you and Matt for all the work. I know a lot of work went into this when I'm sure you're just scratching the surface. Were it not for the public outreach part of the component of it, which I suggested, I'm ready to sign off on this tonight because I'm pretty comfortable with what's there, which is night and day from where I was 2 weeks ago. So thank you.
Questions for Lori from the board, and then we'll do public input. Ashley.
Yeah, thank you. My comment is similar to Eric's about the public. I have the what's the word I'm looking for? The blessing of being active on Facebook. And there's a lot of concern from Hartford residents about how this will affect them. And I think it's hard, right? It's a really complex topic. And I appreciate that there were community forums, but I'm sad that they weren't better attended. And I think that's maybe something like, how can we support in promoting those? So what I'm wondering is is there a way for our media specialist to create a graphic to work with some of the graphics that are already existing, like an infographic that we can post as we go into this and the public sees that we approve this, of like a kind of nuts and bolts of like what this means. And I know that's a really packed question, right? But
No, I think that's a good suggestion. We can do that. Yeah, I'll talk to JD. Cool. You know, one of the things, you know, and I did say this at the last meeting, there are 3 of the village centers that were for years under a provision that basically allowed exemptions from Act 250 because of our growth center designation that we had for many, many years. So this actually, but that was anywhere between 50 and 100, depending on, as the cap before it would apply, based on our populations. So, so that is not a change. In fact, we're retrenching it a little bit, which I don't think is a bad idea necessarily. I think it balances out a little bit more for people in the community of what they may feel is a time when they want to express some concerns or questions about it. The one thing I do want to reassure is that it may go away, but our local regulations still apply.
Right, yeah.
And there are a lot of situations under which we do not, Act 250 doesn't get triggered at all. So, but, you know, the question came up last night to us saying, well, if we get rid of this, what about our stormwater management? Look at our zoning regulations, look at our subdivision regulations. It's already there. We've been doing it for years because, you know, we want to make sure that we have good development. So those are things, I think you're right. If more information about those things were known into the public, and we could do a better job of trying to get that out in all different forms of media. And so thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and likewise, thank you for the work that you have been doing, and thanks to the planning commission members and yeah, everyone who's, this is, you know, another one of the things that kind of gets handed down from the state level and towns have to adapt and yeah, I'm really glad we have the staff that we have.
Agreed, and thanks for that suggestion. That's really excellent. I think an infographic and yeah, something that can be shared on multiple media platforms would be super helpful for informing folks about what this means. Yeah,
Hi, Jeanette Sharkey Potter, White River. I appreciate it. So I'm just piggybacking on what Ashley said, like, as a person with learning disability, like I appreciate how smart you are and how smart the people are that are working on this. I have no idea what you just said, like the last 15 minutes, okay? I need it explain it. And I think this is some of where people are getting frustrated because they don't understand. I don't understand. I'm like, what do these colors mean? And does this mean we're gonna develop like next to the river? I went Hurricane Irene, like I remember where those flood lines were, like anyway, aside from that, give me like, tell me like I'm or put something out there that has pictures and it's simple and it's like 2 minutes, super simple, like what is this? And I think that's a lot of things we talk about, like I don't understand and I can't be the only one that doesn't really understand. So just like, because there's a lot of information. We give a whole lot of information, but I don't know that it's understandable. Right. And I can't be alone in that. Like I went through a lot of school.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
and I know that's hard when you're so like, you know, all this
and
stuff.
Some of the stuff we have here, they're almost like internal documents we use so that when we do our analysis,
yeah,
we're looking at the nitty gritty detail.
Like explain
So
it like
that,
I'm a 10-year-old. Like what is this? And yeah, that's my suggestion.
Yeah, and I think that's a great suggestion. And I do hope that the expertise we have on staff with the communication and media specialist, we can really leverage to develop some very user-friendly, understandable, like simplified, but still, you know, not overly, you know, still capturing the core elements that are important for people to know about this topic and extend that to other topics as well. Because I don't think it's just this that is sort of a in the weeds thing that we hear about as a board, but the public maybe it's, you know, it's relevant to them as well. Okay, great. So, any comments from anyone online? Okay. Close the public input portion. And any continued discussion as a board, how do we want to move forward? Sounds like there's an option to table this and have further review of language and questions to Lori by this Friday, and come back to it on the 31st. Or we could, if we're comfortable with giving approval tonight, we can also do that. Yeah.
I think what was touched on, I really think that we have a good group and we trust their judgment and purview of this. So I just feel like we should release it and let it run. I mean, I think they've done a lot of vetting and obviously they've done a lot of work on this. So we just have to rely on that, being the advocate for Hartford's interests, and move forward. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just agree with Tim, and given that nothing is majorly standing out in the language, it doesn't seem so far that has made anyone really uncomfortable. I also feel like, I'd be comfortable to vote tonight.
Great. Other thoughts? Is there a motion or a thought?
A thought?
Yes.
I appreciate that, but why not? I mean, we don't need to do this. So why not afford ourselves the opportunity and put the process in the order that it's supposed to go, which is get the information out, solicit any responses, because who knows what will come up. We don't think there'll be anything. That's the assumption we're acting under. But if we can put it onto the 31st agenda as a pro forma, just like, okay, we didn't hear anything, or maybe we do hear anything. There's no, as far as I understand, there's no downside to moving to deferring the decision until the 31st.
No, I mean, if we have questions, and I've already alerted the rep at Two Rivers that there may be questions that are going to come up, and this, one of the reasons why I scheduled it for the 17th is if the questions come up, we have another meeting to come to. So if we needed to. And I think it's perfectly okay to do that. I don't think it's going to hold them up in any way. They're expecting it. So.
That seems reasonable. To consider this as a future action item for the March 31st meeting, and for board members to send questions to Lori, ideally by Friday if we have them, and hopefully there can be a little more public engagement between now and 31st as well. Everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. I don't think we need any motion. Okay. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you. Thanks, Lori. Thanks, Matt.
And Matt did a tremendous amount of work on this, so I really want to thank him.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for that recognition. All right, we're gonna get in the tree boards that you started, we're running behind. So yeah, please feel free to come up. We have about 10 minutes if you could present for 4 or 5, and then we can ask questions if we have them. If that works for you?
I have the laptop presentation. Do you want me to stand at the podium, or do you want me to run the?
Okay, perfect. Sure, yeah. just make
You
sure
can
there's
slide a
mic
microphone
near you.
closer to, sure.
Yeah.
Should they be able to see this?
You should.
Analyst.
We have the presentation up, but
Yeah.
it's.
Just give an option to share.
I did,
Okay.
yeah. Let me just go back. Oh. Just need to turn up the volume. Cheers. Host disabled participant. screen
Wait, do
share.
it again.
Okay.
That worked that time.
There you go.
Okay.
From the beginning.
Okay, so my name is Jasmine Guyette. I'm going to just share some of the activities from the Hartford Tree Board in 2025. As part of this too, we have some proposed bylaw changes as well that I'll cover briefly as part of the presentation. So to start, I just wanted to reiterate the vision and purpose of the Tree Board. The vision is to initiate an energetic community tree stewardship program, which really focuses around education, plantings, maintenance, and ecological awareness to really enhance the visual beauty of the town. Our primary purpose of the board is to really execute on the tree stewardship program, so really focusing on education and getting that out there to the community. Our current board members, so there's myself as the chair, Mike Copps, our vice chair. We have Gail, who recently rejoined the board, and Dave, and our recent board member is Mitchell Spendler, Alan, and then we also have our tree warden, Jeff, and Scott and Miranda from our select board. I also wanted to share a shout out to Claire Forsyth, who was really one of the very starting people of the board. She's done a lot of work with this and she recently had to resign. So we wish her all the best of luck, but most of this presentation is really the work that she put into this. So. All right, so some of the activities that we do is really about pushing our mission and vision. So we do our tree nursery and Arbor Day tree sale, which happened last May. Tree identification walks, we do our grant work and work days, and we also host the Tree of the Month. So in our nursery, right now, the nursery is holding about 80 different trees and shrubs, which is pretty exciting. The nursery is taken care of by the board itself and is held at the Maxfield Fields. And this nursery is really where the Arbor Day tree sale is kind of fueled for all of our trees. Right now, we added an addition of apple trees, pear trees, and chestnuts to kind of the collection of trees that we already had between birch and oak and things like that. The Arbor Day tree sale happened in May. This has been the best sale so far. We almost profited about $2,000, which all goes into different educational activities and things like that. We have potential new education as part of this year's Arbor Day tree sale. So be on the lookout for that. We also hold tree ID walks. We try to hold at least 3 per year. Last year didn't really boat out that way because in the springtime, I don't think we had a free Saturday that did not have rain. So we ended up having to cancel that out. We were able to hold the summer ID walk here at the town hall in Lyman Point Park to kind of share the work that was done on the riparian buffer and things like that. The fall tree ID walk was pretty neat. We got to do a scavenger hunt and work with the Hartford Memorial Middle School students and walk them through the their background. So they got to go up through the little loop behind the old OBR building and learn about the trees and have a self-identifying book out there. The board also works on grant work and work days. This is really where Claire shined. She really was the lead for our riparian buffer work, this started out in 2023 when we received the grant. The finalization kind of happened this past year with all of that. So. We also hold tree of the month. So we kind of try to highlight a public tree that any of our community members can go to and learn more about it. This is the sycamore tree at Watson Point Park. We also highlighted the Hartford Library's tree. So the maple tree that was also worked on last year as well. There are other efforts that we kind of look at too. This previous year, we started looking at having possible QR codes as part of the trees. So leveraging some technology and helping kind of educate the communities. We originally was looking at Lyman Point Park. This is definitely still an investigation stage, but something that we were looking into. Another thing that we do is we attend the Mix and Mingle that is hosted at the Bugbee Center for Community Development. So last year, Alan and Jeff did the riparian buffer and about the community efforts there. We also attend the Vermont Urban Community and Forestry Conference. This is where we learn more about fungi and plantings and different maintenance and kind of what we really need to know as a town for tree maintenance. The other piece that we did is I collaborated with the Hartford Tree Board and I created some coloring contests to support their wishing tree initiative, which really coincided with the Tree of the Month that we did with them. We also celebrated our 22nd Tree City USA designation last year. This is given by the Arbor Day Tree Foundation for those that have an active urban program. Another thing that we're looking at, in addition to our regular t-shirts, we're also going to be offering stickers. Those are stickers that are going to be coming. They're going to be available at the Arbor Day tree sale if you would like it. All right, so the proposed bylaws, these things have not been touched since 2015. So what we did as the board, we just looked at what we did today, kind of what the resources are that are available. So it will boil down to Article 2. We updated the purpose of the tree board, really regarding the primary focus of the board and it being the education piece of it. There was some language in there before about investigation and planning and things like that, and that's just not something that the board's been utilized for. Instead, we've acted more in a consultant and advisory capacity when projects come our way, and we can kind of provide some insight if we have any concerns or questions about the trees or shrubs that are part of projects in itself. Article 3 under membership, Scott's role as the department director of the Parks and Rec, we've shifted his role, or would like to shift it into more of a liaison role. It's not really an ex officio role. It just kind of aligns better with what we're doing today. For the meetings, we've updated the meeting day and time to really fit the needs of the board so we can actually meet. So the board's been meeting on the third Thursdays at 5:15 for an hour. And we also removed the term commission or replaced it with the board. Not sure how that was missed, but that was updated. And we also removed the treasurer position of the board. That goes for officers and duties as well. Just removing it, the board really doesn't use that role. If something was to be done, the board collectively will vote and work on it. We don't really have any steady kind of expenses at this point. In our future and looking ahead, we're going to continuously improve the stewardship program. So looking for ways to enhance the program. We are looking to hopefully bring somebody in from to learn about how to plant trees and things like that as part of the Arbor Day tree sale, doing things of that nature. And also recruiting, we have an open position. So if anybody knows of anyone, that you don't have to be an expert on trees, you just have to be passionate about trees. So I just wanted to say thank you. Claire's there to the left with her husband, working on the riparian buffer. And of course, come join us for the Arbor Day tree sale happening on May 9th this year. So.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Yeah. Under your leadership, the board has grown and expanded a lot. It's great to see that work. So yeah, really appreciate
Of course.
your contribution. I think there was a liaison shift too. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think Mike, this is Mike Eichenbrode.
I'll be joining you on Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the new liaison to the board. We reshuffled a little bit. So.
Okay, perfect.
I'm
Welcome.
excited.
Yes.
Great.
Question, I forgot what the upshot of our conversations were. Does the select board need to take any action to approve changes to the bylaws? Would you, and if so, would you like me to put that on an agenda?
Yes.
Okay,
Short answer.
okay, great.
Okay, so yeah, it sounds like it's not on the agenda tonight, so we won't cover that tonight, but if you could send
Yeah.
the language changes.
Absolutely.
So we can hopefully just do that quickly at a future meeting.
Yeah, it's all set and done and ready.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay, other questions for Jasmine?
It's great. Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank
excellent.
you.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you so much.
you.
Looking forward to, oh, maybe not. Oh, I don't think I can come, and I'm disappointed, but maybe. I'll still get the word out about it.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, great. All right, next thing is going to be looking at the establishing a town policy and third-party access to the town opioid settlement funds, which is the request for proposals that Miranda and I have been working on. You saw one version. This is an updated version in the packet with some additional details. I will say, I forwarded, we got some I think, very helpful input from Ella, who's a prevention specialist with the state health department. And my sense is, would like to have some discussion tonight and hear any thoughts or reactions that you guys have about this version. I think Miranda and I both didn't fully have time to incorporate some of those comments from Ella, and Ella might be with us online as well. So we might be able to ask her questions if we have some tonight. But my suggestion would be that we do another round of revisions and come back to this before we're ready to send it out, based on incorporating some of those comments from health expertise and any thoughts that you all have or members of the public have in our discussion tonight. So that's just sort of what I'm thinking, but yeah, open to other thoughts and ideas about how this to proceed.
Hi all. Sorry, was coming from another event, but happy to answer questions or help in any way that I can.
Excellent, thank you. And I don't think I responded to you yet, but I did share your comments with the rest of the board, so they saw your feedback, and yeah, we'll let you know if you have questions, and then I think, yeah, Miranda and myself will definitely follow up with you for further discussion about kind of fine tuning and honing in on this, but thank you for reviewing what we had so far. All right, board comments or questions, Eric?
Thank you, Ida. I thought the questions from Ella were excellent. The only one that I had was encourage you to just think about the committee structure. I think generally an odd number is an odd number of participants, voting participants is helpful. But then that's my one comment. Everything else I think looks excellent, but I think the process that you laid out also is quite satisfactory to me.
I think we were just thinking of the number of committee participants, is that it'll be, because there's that rubric, they wouldn't actually have to vote on it. Like it would be, each application would be scored as a group. Does that make sense? So then they wouldn't have to be like a unanimous decision or a majority rules decision.
Good point, thank you.
Just, sorry.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I just wanna give you and Miranda props for putting this together and trying to get these funds out in the community. I think this is really clear, detailed, sensible, evidence-based way to do the applications. And I really like the makeup of the, is it called a committee? Ad hoc task force, what are we calling it?
Grant review committee.
Grant review committee,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
In that it has affected community included, and I think that's a really great way to ensure that, that important perspective is being tapped as we put these funds back into the community. So yeah, just thank you guys. Board?
Yes, I see. I will go to public too. I just want to make sure there's we can cover any other questions or any remarks about this. Yeah, Jeanette, did you want to speak?
Hi, Jeanette Sharkey Potter, White River. So the review committee structure, I would love to see a youth person on there. And when we say lived experience with substance use disorder, 3 community members, I would hope that would also include people, family members of those impacted by substance use disorder, not just people who are actively in recovery or are actively using. And to add a youth perspective on this would also be helpful. And I got a timer. I didn't even notice a timer there. I'm not going to keep you up for long. I just want to reiterate what Ella had sent. This is crazy. This is 234 pages. This is like part of the issue of too much information here. But I hope that it's more geared towards prevention, like a youth teen center, than harm reduction models. So that's my 2 cents.
I think in terms of it will be up to the grant review committee just to evaluate the content of the actual this type of proposals, and there's
Right, and evidence-based too, because
Yes.
having speakers is not.
That's definitely one of our
evidence-based.
criteria, that the review committee will evaluate based on, yeah, the relevance of the purpose of the intended use of these funds, as well as the evidence-based nature of the proposal. Any other comments in the room? Online?
I thought it was a very impressive package, so well done.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Okay, good. It looks like it's looking like we're on the right track, and I think we can work with Ella, if that works for you, Ella, to make some, final further refinements before this is ready to go live. Ella, did you want to say anything else tonight about any of your feedback or anything else at the moment?
I don't have anything else. I appreciate, I will say that when I saw this proposal, there was very little for me to provide feedback on, because it is well structured and already pulls in a lot of the pieces that I would be suggesting otherwise. So, yeah, I think the only other thing I would add is that when that committee gets set up, sharing what does evidence-based mean and what are the sort of principles of using this funding, because evidence-based is a great sort of word that we love to throw around, or phrase that we love to throw around, but what does that actually mean in practice is important. But yeah, I appreciate you guys taking this on, and I'm glad to see that there will be a sort of more formal process and also some more transparency in what the funds get used for.
Excellent. Yeah, Miranda.
You're right.
Well, I'll just say, I think that's a great suggestion that we need to have a real clear definition for committee members in terms of how to evaluate whether this is evidence-based, and maybe that's something we can work with you on to have a definition that hopefully a broad range of folks can understand and use as a criteria.
There's lists out there.
Yeah, great, excellent. Yeah, thank you, Jeanette. Your input expertise is super helpful here too. So thank you.
Questions about next steps or timetable? Would you like me to tee this up for an action item on the 31st or a meeting afterwards?
I think if we have space, we'll try to
Yeah.
do it on the 31st. That'd be
Yep,
great.
good.
And we'll obviously have the revised version in the packet for people to see ahead of that time.
Good.
But it sounds like people are feeling good about where it's at, so hopefully it can be a quick action item. Excellent. I think we can continue unless there's any other thoughts. Okay. So let's go on to the next item, which is also a draft request for proposals for a consultant organizational assessment and efficiency review. And thank you very much to Mary and to Tim for bringing this forward. Yes, Mary, do you want to say anything?
I think it speaks for itself. Okay. But one of the things that I wanted to say is the help that I got. John gave me several templates of RFPs that we send out. One was through Lori Birchfield, and one was from Scott Hosler, two from Scott. And then I also relied on the ones that Kathleen Ramsey had sent us as a group, and put all that information together for our own personal needs. And this is what I came up with, so actually I spent about 20 to 25 hours on putting this together, and tried to put everything in perspective, because the context that we're working with here is, issues, there's nothing wrong with leadership here, but it's involving leadership. So it involves, all of these positions. You can't just say, we're gonna look at one position, because positions are interconnected and go back and forth. So anyway, this is what I came up with. when I get so far, I send a copy to Tim. We met and talked over some things. And then I get feedback from Kathleen Ramsey and then completed it and sent it again to Tim and Kathleen Ramsey. And they basically both said that they felt it was ready to go. And I just said, I put on the last page the questions. If it's ready to go, the one thing that we have to do tonight, besides approve it, would be the individual who would be willing to field any questions from a contractor, because once that goes out, somebody's got to be ready to answer some questions. The others are, as I said, are nuts and bolts. I had talked with John about this, and he said he had sources. I know Eric also responded that there were some sources that he felt we could send it to. So, from that point, it's okay, goes out, who does it go out to? And then there's the dates that these things come in. And that's why it's important to have someone to field any questions. And then the other issue is who, if we end up having interviews, and I put it as if, because it may not need it, but if we do, how would we set that up? I don't think it's a good idea for us to all gather and give questions. I think it would be better to have one or two people, like a small committee, to gather, the input that we have when we evaluate, and then decide from there. So anyway, that's kind of why I put down the information questions that need consideration from the board for the RFP.
One thing I did circulate earlier was some input from JD and myself about logical places to disseminate RFPs, where to publish them.
Right.
And I hope that's helpful as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, because, never done this before. It's a learning process, and, it's, I've always dealt with education before in educational journals, and that's where you put everything. So this is very different.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the work that you put into this. And yeah, it's clear that there's been a lot of thought and review and collaboration, and I appreciate all of that. I was wondering if we could start by maybe just thinking about the timeline and the schedule in there. And because one thought that I had is it would be wonderful. I mean, I think this is a great foundation. I did have, a few ideas of, bless you, potential clarifications, suggestions, and I would love the opportunity personally to maybe have like a Word document version to make a few ideas of, slight adjustments, and mainly to kind of clarify a little bit more specificity in what the outcomes of this process, what we're expecting. With the goal of really just setting up the process for the most highest potential success as possible, of getting us to something that we know will advance our direction in this realm. So that was my one thought, is if we could just look at the potential timeline and see if there's a little bit of space to move it back a bit. So board members, not just me, but board members could maybe, provide comments, not, offline, outside of the meeting. I would be very open and welcoming of meeting with you, Mary, and or Tim, to kind of talk through a couple suggestions, or, channel thoughts from other folks, and work with you both to maybe see if we can incorporate them, and then go from there. But would love to hear other people's ideas.
Yeah, I was just going to echo again another really awesome proposal put together by fellow board members Mary and Tim. Thank you for doing this. This is really professional and clear, and I like your idea, and I think that having a little bit of time to be able to send any feedback, and I think, like you said, having what the deliverables is, I think, the business word for it. Having the deliverables be really clear to the potential bidders will definitely help us and achieve, and help us maybe even as we draft that, understand what our expectations are. So yeah, I like that idea if there's room in the timeline to do so.
Yeah, it's an interesting universe, I find, because I have spoken with a couple people that have been in HR pretty much their entire career, and you know, kind of that step back evaluation of an organization and kind of optimal designs and all that kind of universe is it's kind of a specialty field, if you will. And I also think it gets even more specialized in the sense that we're a municipality as opposed to a corporation or whatever. And so I think it's going to be, Mary did most of the writing. I got to give her credit there because I'm not a great writer, but I will say that you know, we didn't want to over specify this because it's a little bit of a, you know, you get it too rigid and it kind of defines itself. And in a way, it's a little bit of a fact-finding journey. You know, I've been trying to understand this universe. Like I looked up in the, you know, VLCT has that, what am I going to say, wage survey. I don't know if you guys have ever combed through that, but it's really kind of insightful about different towns in Vermont and how they run their governments and what positions they have and what the, you know, we don't have the insight on what those positions do. But I think what I'm hoping to do is really strengthen, you know, John's work and how we work as a town. I mean, as we know, this sort of emerged from, you know, a resource concern. And I want to be able to get to the next budget cycle and have a lot of confidence that we've sort of poked at this and thought about it. And, you know, and so I think there's some value to not over defining this document, because I think that we don't really know who we're even going to find to do this work. And I think in a way it would be intriguing to leave it a little more of an open platform. I know we want outcomes, we have a deadline, but it's sort of like, what does that look like? Because I don't have that answer at this point. So.
Yeah, I mean, to make it a little more concrete, what I might suggest is to say at the end of this, what we would like is three options, like a menu of 3 options of staffing arrangements that maybe come at 3 different potential budget levels. And with that, for each role suggested within those staffing arrangements, specific skills that the individuals for those roles would ideally fulfill.
Mm-hmm. And that could arguably be phased, right? I mean, we could phase that concept.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of thing that I wouldn't want to overstress, you know, like how we get to that, you know, and what exactly is in that, you know, we hope the work of the consultant could really illuminate. But to just make it clear that like we want to, in order to prepare us most soundly for the budget process, if we could have like, okay, option A, B, C, this staffing arrangement, this one or this one, and you know, and to optimally prepare John or future town manager for you know, evaluating the skill set that is needed for future hires, to have the consultant really like, you know, align each role with necessary skills to fulfill that role. So that's sort of what I was thinking, not to micromanage how they get there, but just to sort of say like, this is what we be a little more specific in what we would love to see in order to support our future budgeting.
I did want to just mention one other thing that is just sort of an intriguing concept, and I'm not trying to steer the thought process of us or the town at large, but what I was struck by, these are towns and cities in Vermont that have assistant municipal managers: Barrie, Bennington, Brattleboro, Middlebury, Shelburne, St. Johnsbury, and Stowe. So I was really struck by how many towns of our scale or smaller, perhaps a few are larger, actually have that role. So we should really just kind of have an open mind about, you know, maybe Hartford, you know, has been excessively frugal over the years. So we kind of underestimate, you know, what governance should look like. And then I've sort of mentioned the idea that, you know, succession planning is really important these days as well. So that, you know, when John indeed retires someday, which we assume that he will,
God willing.
You have someone that's familiar and up to speed, so it might be a nice transition instead of like, you know, a newbie arriving on the scene every 4 or 5 years or whatever that, you know, is. So that's just a couple thoughts around that.
It's working so well for us though now.
I'm not implying anything whatsoever. You're coming back from your vacation.
Yes, that's the plan at present.
Yeah.
So just to clarify the process, we're gonna see an updated version of this, either the 31st if it fits in, or, and we're gonna adjust the dates accordingly. Is that the upshot here?
So part of the upshot for me would be, is it possible, or, yeah, Mary and Tim, are you amenable to sending like a?
Build in a little bit of, I wrote down deliverables, menu of options, roles and skills, something in that.
Yeah, right. And I guess, I would love to sort of, do that in writing, what I just sort of said, for you all to react to and see how you may want to incorporate it into what you have here.
Because it might help guide the work. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
If that was in there, then somebody applying for the work would be like, oh, this is kind of what they want on the other end, and they can kind of, that makes total sense to do that.
So the question is, does Mary or Tim have a Word document they can send you?
Yeah, is there?
Well, I have put this into Word, I have put it into a PDF, and I have put it into Pages because I use Pages most often. But I just am a little bit concerned, and I agree with Tim. I'm a little bit concerned that sometimes you tie the hands of people. I think it really states best practices. It states identify specific best practices for town management in these specific areas of similar size and scope. Town manager, assistant manager, executive assistant, human resources. Consultant will meet with town manager and human resources as well as any staff that might be affected by change. I think I got as specific as I could without hand tying them. Provide recommendations for optimizing operations, staffing, resource allocations, as well as optimizing the quality of the work environment for our staff in the town departments. I just don't, I just am a little bit concerned about us saying, maybe it's just semantics on your part about deliverables. I don't think that there's going to be a magic bullet that's going to solve all our problems. I think instead, that's what they're coming up with by giving them a little bit of flexibility, but also saying, this is what we're looking for. This is what the situation is. We want to know, based on towns of similar size and scope, what do they do? What do you recommend? Is there a combination? Is there, do you get rid of like the executive administrator and just go with an assistant manager who does that? But I think, I'm just, I'll just state, I agree with Tim that I'm a little bit worried about saying, this is what your outcome will be, because basically we're asking them to come with some possibilities, and that's going to be the valuable part of it.
I wonder, I see both points. I feel like because it's a pretty quick project, I need to do this in 3.5, 4 months. I feel like a little bit more specificity might help a consultant, because I do feel like it is, without having like the knowledge that we have, it's kind of vague. But then I also see that, someone else can come in and kind of put their own flavor on it, but it is a really quick turnaround. So I wonder, I guess I'm trying to imagine what like the updates on the project will look like, how much like hands-on guidance we'll be able to like kind of guide if they're going in like the direction we expected, or if it's gonna be like an update as in like they're presenting to the board.
I think that's how you decide when they present their proposals, and hopefully when they get some questions answered.
Yeah, because you definitely want a situation where, whether you empower a couple people, because it starts to get cumbersome when we're only meeting twice a month. So, I would argue that we should empower 2 people on this board to kind of once that evolves and they've given a presentation, say, hey, we're gonna be checking in with you every 20 days or 30 days on how it's coming, what are your thoughts? So it doesn't get so far off the mark that we get the budget cycle and it's like, oh my God, these guys created a pony and we wanted a tree, that kind of thing. So it's kind of, I think we definitely need a process where that we're doing those check-ins so that we're kind of, we see where they're going. We're not, babysitting it, but we're also monitoring it so that we know we're heading in the right direction.
My only worry is that I've had this, you hire consultants to do something and you really have high expectations and then they just miss the mark.
It's a
And I
thought,
don't
right.
want that to happen.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yes, Ashley.
Erica's in it for
I'll be quick.
Okay.
Just responding to what Tim was saying, it sort of made me think that, a little bit more clarity about the process for the consultant as well will help. So when I read through some of the updates, my first question was, does that mean a PowerPoint presentation in front of the select board? Because if I'm putting together a proposal and I need to keep it in 20 grand, that's going to influence, that's 4 hours instead of a 30-minute conversation with 2 members of the board. So a little bit more process clarity, I think, would help too, so that someone knows exactly, and some of that comes out in the interview process, but the more that if you put something out there and a consultant says, you know what, that's probably not going to work, you can tweak that, right? But we've got to come in with, I think, with some of those details might help.
Yeah, and I've seen I have worked for a couple of organizations that have done major org development reworks, and it varies tremendously in terms of scope, cost, what they're trying to achieve and so on. So I have taken those notes, and I think there is some value to maybe getting a few more defining, specs in this narrative, if you will. Yeah.
Some of this stuff, I'm sorry, some of the stuff we did discuss at the budget sessions. And so, for example, if you want some deliverables, one deliverable might be, for example, what is an appropriate ratio between staff and HR? We kind of know that, we kind of all decided that we're probably understaffed, but that's kind of where the conversation ended. And it'd be interesting to know if there's any more elaborate study of how many assistant or deputy town managers there are. I have my own file, and it might even be more extensive than what you've shared. But those are things that are generally available in the public domain through open sources.
Yeah. If I could speak to that briefly, that what was interesting to me in the HR component is that, no, we don't monitor it or manage it, but the HR function is so varied, right? You have people that do benefits administration, you have training, you have all kinds of different elements to the HR function. So it was hard for me, in that process to kind of understand, what's our HR function doing now? What would it look like in the future? And what ground, or things are we struggling with, getting done? And I didn't have any of that perspective. So I'm kind of hoping with this process that they might vet out what that can look like so that it works better.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think tonight we just have to decide if we can have some more time. It would be helpful for me to compare the suggestions that you were mentioning, Ida, in writing, in format with the document, as opposed to the document without those changes. I think I need to see those things to decide rather than theoretically, try to move forward without getting a chance to see that. So yeah, I guess I would kind of just wonder how other folks are feeling about Mary or Tim circulating a Word document out to the board that we can kind of sit with for a little while, write in any edits, maybe share them back. We can figure out that process, we share them back to Ida or we share them back to you guys, just to kind of see it. And then at the next meeting, when we decide, we can work through of any of those edits or additions. Do we want to keep them or do we want to?
I think we just need to be mindful of the meeting while we're collaborating on documents. Because what you just described sounds like it could run afoul. So maybe we should be mindful of delegating to a non-quorum.
Okay.
Because I think there are some things about managing shared documents.
Yeah,
you don't have to
that's true. That is
cover.
true.
So just, there may be a way to do it, but what you just described,
Yeah, you don't want to conduct business
right, and it sounds like that could be the
offline,
case,
yeah.
of multiple people editing the document.
I don't, yeah, I was saying that we would each get a copy of a Word document.
A static document.
A static document, that we would make whatever edits, for anyone who has any, and then either send them to Ida to be like the collector, or send them to Tim and Mary.
and myself or
I
something.
mean, it's
So if one of you sends them to 3 people, that's a quorum.
Right, okay.
Right. I'm
But that's
suggesting
4
sending
people.
it to, I'm suggesting sending it to 1 or 2 people.
Yes,
But-
yes.
So I see your point, Eric, but I'm wondering, is there a better,
Right. Maybe there's an offline discussion about this, but that's, like, let's be careful about how we're collaborating with shared docs.
yeah, no, and that's why I'm trying to understand now what, like, how we want to go about this so that we are doing the right thing. If we just want to have a couple people.
I mean, as,
Miranda, or about the process?
No, I was just gonna say that we could use a static document and maybe just send them to.
I don't know,
Mary,
yeah, Mary, Tim, how do you feel about managing input? I'm happy to assist with this, I don't,
I think I'd like to bow out at this point and, let you work with it before we make a decision. I don't think it's I just would rather, if you want to make some changes, then you go ahead. It won't be mine, it'll be the whole board's. It won't be mine.
yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't see it, unless the public, there's a huge outcry, I don't see it a lot different than all the great work on the opioid thing. It's like, to me, you're just trying to develop a document that can go out for work. And, we've been pretty transparent, the document's now out there, feel free to read it, folks. And I'm not being flippant about respecting the quorum thing and so on, but I feel like it's achievable to continue working on a document without violating major public,
Policy.
law or whatever, but maybe I'm.
So what are you asking me to do? Turn this Word document and then send a copy to everybody?
yes,
Okay,
that would be excellent.
and then who's gonna be receiving it?
I'm happy
I'm happy to
to.
have a coffee with you. And
Yeah, so why don't we send any comments to me, and then Tim and I will meet. And yeah, Mary, we can keep you informed if you wanna be looped in at that point, but totally up to you. And then it will have maybe sort of like a track changes version that can go in the packet next time that incorporates input from anyone who wants to send it.
I do think there's a real thing in terms of the quality of what we get for a product, just on the calendar sneaks up on us, so
Yes.
it is something where, let's get the work done and get it out there, because it's gonna take time to obviously hopefully find some good,
And it's not a huge amount of money either.
It's not a huge amount of money, absolutely. I don't wanna, I don't want to drag this out. I do think just a little bit more time to make a few adjustments and clarifications will benefit the best use of these funds in the long run, but I don't think we need to drag this out.
Is this then another March 31st for back on the agenda, or would you like more time to?
Yeah.
I'd love to have.
Yeah.
it on the
I think
agenda
so.
for the
Yes.
next meeting.
Yep.
We can do that, hopefully that is not getting too massive, but yeah.
And Miranda, I really heard what you said. That is to say, I've seen more feasibility studies, documents sitting up on dusty shelves. So I'm very keen on, what's coming out of this needs to be a useful tool for us and boards even in the future. So it's
No, and I just want to reiterate like how great this is, and that to me, like I feel like it's 95 to 98% great, and I would sign off on it tonight if we had to, but and so it hopefully won't be a long item on next week's agenda.
Cool.
Can I also just ask you, John, this is your office, and if you, should we send you a copy of the document too? I would love your.
Well, I'll put it this way, I've already seen it from Mary, and I was favorably impressed by it. And so, whatever even enhancements you can make, I'm sure we'll be making it even better. So that's
you
fine.
feel like this will be useful to you already as it stands.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think that to have an outsider's perspective, somebody not tainted by, local politics or any other, issues and concerns, somebody who can just come at it with fresh eyes.
Yeah.
That would be a wonderful bit of information. Again, from my perspective, how many FTEs for an HR person overseeing 140 staff FTEs? That'd be a good piece of information. What do other towns do in terms of assistant or deputy town managers? If we had that, then I think that would be well down the road to figuring out a budget approach for next fall. Yeah.
Shortly, and then maybe I'll follow up with folks with a requested deadline once I know when Tim and I are gonna touch base about to incorporate feedback. Thank you.
Mhm.
Now we're gonna move on to the calendar cycle. Eric looks like he cleaned up what we had talked about last time. Anything to draw our attention to with this version?
Thank you. The only thing I would say is at the conclusion of last discussion, there's still an outstanding question on the master fee schedule. So that currently is still where it was. And I think John was going to have staff weigh in at a stand-up meeting.
I will, and I haven't done that to date, but I will do that.
Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, we should just leave it as it is until we're ready to, if we want to change it, we can always do that in the future. If I don't know if we have to approve this thing, right? So we can approve it as it's.
I think so.
I just had a question, maybe it's a worry question, but I kind of wrote down here. Are we missing anything key this year that we should be thinking about? I mean, we did that list at the retreat. I kind of looked at the town, projects and things, that people are working on. And it would be really great to get to the next budget cycle, if you will, with a pretty good handle on, what things we should be working. I felt like, for example, not picking on Bugby per se, but it felt like it kind of came in at that last minute, and it's very important work for this community. So it's kind of, if we can sort of think about these big stones that we have to move and how are they incorporated? Are we getting them incorporated in the process so that when we get to budget cycles, we're not like, oh, that's right, we were supposed to think about the transfer station and we didn't do any work on that, or.
Right, and that's not what this calendar is really all about. That's what our work plan is about. And so that sits by my table, and I consult it frequently to make sure that we're incorporating those items into these agendas. And if I didn't, I know Eric would be on top of me.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so Tim, I think this is more just sort of like wrote what might happen every year in terms of the actual things that we need on our radar. Yeah, I think we have good systems that are in place and we're further developing. And yeah, thanks a lot to John and Eric's work in that realm, and we'll definitely keep those resources readily available as we plan for.
And Eric, I appreciate all your work on this.
Okay, Eric.
Right, so Tim, I'm just thinking of this as the boilerplate stuff, and then the rest of it is the dynamic stuff that comes up depending on the need and the season, whatever. And we will, so this builds in those quarterly checks. So we do have multiple checkpoints throughout the year that we can review the annual work plan and go, wait a second, how come this isn't on it? Or, hey, maybe this needs to be moved. So that's part of the process as well, to hopefully address the needs, the very real needs that you're raising.
Anything else about the calendar cycle?
Do we need a motion to approve this thing, John?
I think so.
Okay.
I move that we adopt the 2026 annual select board calendar cycle.
I'll second that.
Second from Tim. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? Okay. 7 in favor. Great. Thank you, Eric and others. Next is our rules of procedure, and similarly to what Eric said about the previous one, this is something that we are able to revisit at anytime if we want to. So I think our hope is to not maybe go too far down the path of suggested changes for the sake of changes, unless there's like urgent, things that are jumping out to people. I'll highlight, as I did in the packet, number 40, and I think my email where I sort of get the suggested edits that I had to 40. That's really just to bring it in alignment with what we decided in the work planning session, about having a little more structure, understanding that we can be flexible within that structure. But that was the one thing that I wanted to update, just so it's in alignment with what we talked about. But yeah, I think definitely want to hear other people's thoughts if there's other changes people want to make or edits to my changes. But with the general understanding that this is never going to be set in stone, and so we don't have to feel like we have to have it absolutely perfect.
Nor do you have to wait till next town meeting to change it. You might have a change of heart in a couple of months.
Yeah, the only, sorry, excuse me. The only clarification I wanted to make is that, so looking at item 40, which is highlighted, is that the select board will hear from staff or the individual presenting the item and then have discussion among the board.
Oh, sorry, so if you scroll down, I made the edit in an email right below the document.
I see.
Yeah, so there's the email right below the signature page.
Yeah, no, it's there. Let me wrap my head around it.
Yeah. Well, actually, catching that, Eric.
Thank you. And so number 38, if we decide to change the language under public comment for the agenda, which I understood there was some concern that maybe the language sounded a little bit off-putting. So below the email that I just mentioned, there's another, there's sort of an outline of an agenda with some public comment language and a footnote. So if we're gonna change any of that, then we would go back and also change number 38 in this document potentially.
Yeah, Eric made suggested edits, and this is on page 203 of the packet to update what appears in our kind of agenda template about the guidance for public comment. The new language would read: the select board welcomes public comments in order to accommodate as many voices as possible. Anyone making a comment will be given 3 minutes to speak. This is not time for extended discussion, but select board is interested in hearing comments, concerns, and suggestions from the public. And then there is a footnote, and this is probably inspired by what it looks like in the school board agendas, where they have they set expectations of possible outcomes of after someone makes comment. And so the options in the footnote would be public comment. Anyone making a comment can expect the select board to respond in one of the following ways: A, thank the person with no further action plan; B, provide an immediate response; C, direct the town manager to contact and respond to the person; D, seek clarification from the town manager at a specified meeting; or E, add the topic to a future select board agenda. So that just makes it a little clearer that there's a range of options in terms of how we might respond to public.
The devil's advocate would push back and say, to the extent that you soften the tone and the language of the initial limitation on public comment, you're going to invite more people who expect to interact with the board. And that's something you were trying to avoid by making the change last year that you did. So it's perfectly fine if you want to be more accommodating to the public, but they might not always appreciate that you chose A or B or C or D or E. If it's clear that there are no options, you simply make your comment and move along. You're going to get a quicker, more fast-paced meeting. If you don't, you're inviting exchanges that they might not appreciate how you administer. That's all I'm trying to say.
I mean, I will say, like, all the school board meetings I've gone to where people do comment, they don't go down through that as like, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to do A, B, C, or D? It's kind of like, these are just some ideas of where what you're bringing to us might go. It's not a suggestion that we need to choose one.
Okay.
I mean, it's just I think I'm of the opinion still, and I'm now sitting here, not standing there. I still think we come across as a little bit condescending and non-genuine to people. I think we need to work a little bit on our reception, if you will. And I don't know how we do that. One thought I had was, you know, we have this practice where if there's an item on the agenda and it's now 9:12 at night, we're like, well, if it's specific to that, you'll have to wait. I don't think we gain a lot by that. I think it's just as easy to allow the public to comment on a matter that is in front of us that evening. And then we'll take that information and kind of work with it or remember it. So I just think that's one part of the practice that I think it comes across wrong to say like, well, we're glad you're here, but you're going to need to wait until we get to item C or whatever. I think it's much nicer to say, it's time for public comment. If you've thought about something, come on up, let's hear from you, you know, and be a little more gracious about that. So.
And maybe there's a bit of a middle ground and sort of encouraging people to say, if this is about the agenda, you know,
you can wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if there's an urgency, if you have a scheduling issue, you really want to say something about it, then that's a lot. So,
yeah, I was just gonna say that I agree, John, with the sentiment, you know, going into the approval of these procedures last year. I think we had an idea, we had a plan to try to address it, and I think it, with all due respect to all of us, it went horribly. I think we really struggled to stop ourselves from responding, and you know, all of us 100% are guilty, because sometimes it is just that easy of like, well, we're all sitting right here, there's not a big line, we can answer this question. And so I think, yeah, for the sake of like having a policy that doesn't always make sense and that is really hard to hold ourselves accountable to, I'd rather have more flexibility. And yeah, the question I have though is, I don't know that I quite understand D, seek clarification from the town manager at a specified meeting. Does that mean that we would be letting the commenter know that that's on an agenda in the future? Or is planned to be? Okay.
Right, rather than the town manager having an immediate response, it would be.
I'll get back to you.
The board understands the gravity of the comment you've made and the significance of it. We would like to put that on an agenda. We would like to have the town manager come back and respond at a particular date and time on that topic, because and it's sort of one step below, like, you know, it's escalatory sort of approach. And this is actually much simpler than what the school did.
Oh, wow.
Which goes out to, you know, sort of extends to a public hearing, which I just felt like you just say like, we're gonna put it on the agenda, that covers a broad range of things. So to answer your question, yes.
Cool. Maybe we could edit a little bit just to say, ask town manager to provide an update at a specified meeting.
Right, it need not be an agenda item, it could be in the town manager's report.
Yeah, you can just,
well, it
you've
adds,
gotten back to people on
Yeah.
things, and that's great.
but I think that's what item D does, is it allows for that flexibility, because then the next one is add the topic to a future agenda.
Oh, I see.
So yeah.
So maybe just D could be ask town manager to provide an update at a future.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I agree with Tim with the not requiring that you make if a member of the public wants to make a comment on something related to an agenda item, that, yeah, maybe they don't wait until 9:30 to make their comment, because either way, they'll have their 2 minutes. But the only thing is that we just won't be engaging in like a dialogue or like a discussion on the topic with them present, because we're not talking about the agenda item.
Yeah, but it gives them that option.
But it gives them the
right?
opportunity, if they just have a statement to make,
Yeah.
then make your statement and then you can go home and feed your
Eat with
kids
your
dinner.
kids.
Like,
Yeah.
But that, I don't think there's anything in our rules and procedure that prohibit that adjustment, but yes, Eric.
Thank you. I understand and appreciate the desire to do that, to be flexible with the public. The counterpoint is, I see an agenda item that's on here for 9 o'clock, and so I show up at 8:55. And there's been a discussion that happened at 6:10, and now there's point and counterpoint, and I'm not part of that. So that's part of what we should think about. I actually, I really appreciate the idea, and it would just be so frustrating to have to sit, as people have done. But we're not structured, then it's really hard to figure out what the expectations are if you're a member of the public.
Great.
And just to quote Dominic Cloud once again, this is a select board meeting. It is held in the public. It's not a public meeting. It's a select board meeting. It's a business meeting of the select board to which the public is invited. But it's, the main focus is for you to get your work done.
I guess, could you clarify, Eric, like, right, I'm imagining that if someone wanted to talk about our calendar. And so they got up at the beginning of the meeting and made their comment then, instead of making it when we actually talk about it at 9 o'clock. Like, it's not necessary, we don't like, the select board's not engaging in a dialogue with them. So the person who shows up at 9 o'clock when we actually do talk about it is only missing the public, another member of the public's comment.
Which
But
is
you feel like
important.
it is.
My comment might be based in part on what I just heard you say.
Yeah, sometimes, but we're not really running like a full-fledged meeting in that fashion. It's just an opportunity to say, you could stay here for the discussion later, but if you want to go home, just give us your quick thoughts and.
What about when we have a public hearing?
That's a different animal.
Okay.
Yeah, I think public hearings are actually a very different animal.
They're so.
Yeah, my feeling is this is something that we can kind of hold and try out and not sort of have a hard line, this is how we're always gonna do it, but let people know that we're open to some level of flexibility, but there are strong benefits to saving comments for when it's on the agenda item. And because that allows it to be part of the holistic conversation that happens at that point. However, if someone, has a reason why that's not feasible, that there might be opportunities to sort of make a brief statement earlier on. I don't know if that level of nuance is gonna work or fly with you, Eric.
It doesn't have to fly with me alone. I think it's challenging and I think setting the expectations clearly and holding to them is our best hope, and it's difficult to do that. I'll leave it at that. So I'm going to try new things occasionally.
Yeah. I would just say to that I do hear you, Eric, on that. What that member of the public comments is of value and likely of interest to other members of the public who will be part of the conversation later. So I do hear that piece, but the piece that I think worries me even more is kind of how I sometimes the difficulty that it is in an interaction to not respond. Like, for example, if somebody gets up during public comment before an agenda item and has a really specific point or question about that item, it's going to be really hard for us not to respond. And then we allow ourselves to be in this weird place of like, well, this is a really the answer is no, that's not right. And now we're sucked into engaging in public dialogue about that agenda item. So I feel like it is a really slippery slope. Yeah. And I think a thing that we can do is to address that alternatively is continuing to try to make our meetings more accessible. So obviously the ability to be online, to comment from online is amazing. And also I think in our thoughtfulness with how we structure our agendas. Like, we kind of have a sense as a board and as a town of what items are going to draw out large crowds, of what we're getting a lot of emails about. And I think continuing to put those items, even though they're discussion items so and are new, we'll have to be thoughtful about that at closer to the top of the list so that people can get home. Yeah, that's just, that makes sense.
Well, the other comment around that then is the depth. There are topics in this town that the depth and quality of the conversation needs to be greater. So you could arguably, if indeed something emerges this year that we say, God, this is something we really should try and get a higher level of engagement, we might very well want to do a public forum where we're getting a better Q&A, maybe with a facilitator or Chuck Wooster or whatever, to kind of drill down a little deeper and have better quality around that.
Right. And then it's not necessarily a board meeting. Right. It's a public meeting, right?
Yeah.
We've changed. Yeah.
So that being said, the end of my comment is that I'm happy to approve this as it is with the edits that are provided from both Ida and Eric below the document.
Okay, so proposal, we'll have further discussion about it. Proposal right now would be to adopt the rules of procedure with the new item 40, which is on page 201 of the packet, and as well as adjust item 38 to align with the suggestions on page 203. And I'll just say with minor edits to D to read, ask town manager to provide an update at a future meeting.
Yeah.
So
That sounds
moved.
Yeah.
Can I say so moved?
I'll start with,
Was that
I'll
clear
start
enough?
with the front motion, right? We will just
Okay.
start with the front motion. I make a motion that we approve the revised Hartford Selectboard rules of procedure. The edits as noted.
Pardon me for drifting for a moment to catch up with our executive session, but is this a combination of Ida's and Eric's suggested edits?
That is correct.
Okay.
Miranda seconded. Any other discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstained? Okay, great. All right.
Executive session?
Yeah, so we have code of conduct. Can we feel okay about tabling that? I know it's not
Yes.
long, but I have a couple things I do want to mention about it, so
Yeah,
we could push that out.
I have one thing.
Sure.
That was incorporated last year that I really feel that we need to put in the code of conduct.
Okay. Are you okay with talking about that at a future meeting?
Sure.
Okay, okay. Miranda?
No, go ahead.
All right, so I was just gonna propose that we table the code of conduct discussion to a future meeting, 31st or the following one, depending on agenda.
Do you need a motion?
We need a motion to table something.
I think yes.
Okay.
And then I will talk with the leadership about which agenda it belongs in.
Okay.
Yep.
I make a motion that we table the approval of the Hartford Select Board Code of Conduct.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, commission reports.
Yes, there's a new item, N.
Yes, and. Okay. Training, discussion of the scheduling of the training. What else have you?
What you present amongst us.
So this is with respect to the thinking and systems for leaders training, and I want to check in with the board and make sure this is something we want to do, because we know that board time is the most precious thing we have. And if there's any ambivalence, or if this isn't something, if this isn't the right fit for at the right time, let's pivot. So the things that I want to come out of this discussion are: should we proceed, yes or no? And if no, do we want to pivot to something? And that part of it we can put off. But what I've got people sort of waiting for an answer on, like, when is this going to be scheduled and so on. So the question of whether to proceed is the only thing that I really need to get out of this. It's possible that this isn't the, like I said, this isn't the right training at the right time. And so if that's the sensation, that's fine. I don't have any concerns about saying no, thank you.
Can I ask what this is about? Because when someone presents a proposal to me that we get together and learn how to think, it makes me a little defensive. Like, what kind of Kool-Aid am I being asked to drink?
Right, very good question. So some of the things that we might get out of this are some practical tools for understanding systems, feedback loops, interactions, and behaviors, and develop a common language and some fundamental visual tools to sort of help us map out systems. If we want to address the underlying drivers of systems rather than just the symptoms, we need to understand the systems themselves. There was a very brilliant woman called Danella Meadows who worked for Dartmouth for a while. She was part of a lot of things that came out of the MIT systems lab at the Sloan School of Business. And I saw many years ago that she had written a white paper on leverage points. And in understanding the systems understanding a system, she pointed out that you can pull on a lot of different levers, but if you find the leverage points, they're so much more powerful. They're disproportionately powerful. And so you have to understand the system. So the systems could be parking. It could be sort of mental health crisis or drug addictions. Like, we're basically surrounded by different systems. So the two people that might or would be able to help facilitate this, one of them teaches at Dartmouth and does consulting, and the other is teaches or is co-founder of RSG here in town. And they would, the goal would be to sort of give us some practical skills, not necessarily challenge the fact that we can't think, but help us sort of take a problem, map it out, and just develop some common languages around it and some common tools for how we might sort of look at behaviors over time. That's the temporal component is something that sometimes gets overlooked too. Right? So we do something, we set a goal, and then we react in a system. And once we react, the goal now has changed, or the goal should change. If you keep the same goal, maybe the system becomes ineffective. So that's just a little bit vague, but the leverage point thing is always sort of keyed in on. But you know, there is an argument that maybe this is too much for right now.
Well, I do appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
I'm into it. I mean, I wonder, I was kind of thinking about this as, like, is it a training that all board members need to attend? Or because we've also kind of opened it up to have John open up to other department heads or staff members that are interested in this kind of thing. So yeah, I guess if other board members don't feel like, yeah, I want to move forward and do this, could we just see if there's enough people interested between sitting board members and town staff that we just go ahead and do it as an optional, non-public meeting thing?
Or it could be a public meeting, but still optional, you know.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it would need to be a public meeting though, if there's not a quorum. And so, yeah, that's just kind of a thought I had. And I'm also happy to wait, like if we, you know, I don't feel like we have to do this right now, but I think it's important and I'm really interested in it.
Other comments? Anybody's interested?
I love the idea. I just sometimes when in our work, if you will, it's like, I always kind of say, what information and data do I need to make a good decision? You know, and sort of some level of assurance that whoever is presenting what they need or want us to spend money on or whatever that's been massaged and vetted out and thought about. So I kind of like your idea that, you know, it's conceivable that certain key staff and department heads or whatever would really benefit by some of these models. So I think it'd be intriguing to kind of open up as more of a community learning opportunity thing as opposed to specifically to the board here. But I'd be excited to check it out.
I'm not interested. I'll just, when I read it, when you first presented it to me, and maybe this is a result of multiple years, 30 years of going to teacher workshops. I felt like I'd done this before. I followed through and I said, yep, did that, yep, did that, yep, did that. So for me personally, unless, you know, it just felt like this was something new and different, and yet, I don't know. I just sometimes think that we put labels on things, and it really is kind of reprocessed information. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to, you know, I know you're excited about it. I know Danella Meadows from a long time ago, but I guess it's because I've, you know, teachers have to attend so many developmental workshops over years and years and years and years that I feel if it's voluntary, I think it's great. If you can invite staff, that's great. But I do think, as you said, Eric, early on, and I really appreciate this, I think that select board time is extremely valuable. And looking at some of the things that we do that are, I mean, having been on the board longer than any of you, it was really unique to have two listening workshops, and now you're calling them, which is fine, engagement sessions, and two listening sessions and two workshops. And I feel like they were never more than like 2 to 2.5 hours long. And I'm seeing things get longer and longer. And I really worry about all you guys. I mean, it's great, the enthusiasm you have, but you take a Saturday or a Sunday, those are special days when, people need to be with others, family, etc. And I just, I'm very concerned about that. And maybe it's because I'm older, but that's what it is.
Thank you.
First, you don't have to be sorry about not being interested, because I think it is, it's sort of hard to explain because I don't have enough expertise in it. I have a sense that it could be useful. And I did extend the invitation to suggest to John that you could invite some staff as well. Which I think
I had not yet done so because it seemed to be.
Yeah, we're still working out. It's premature, but I think that does make sense. Circling back to what Tim was saying. But I certainly appreciate what you're saying, Mary, in terms of like, what are we taking on? And that's, I had a hint of a sensation that there was maybe a little bit of ambivalence among a number of board members, and that's why I wanted this check in, because we have other things to do, including the CIP part, revisiting the strategic vision and priorities. And I think we have to be mindful of how much we try to get our arms around. So I'm not in the least bit offended by people saying like, okay, now's not the time, or what have you.
It'd still be valuable if it was more of an optional opt-in experience.
I don't have an immediate answer to that. So.
Okay, sorry.
Eric, could you give us a little bit more of an idea, like, because I'm thinking about staff coming to this. Does it have to be like a recorded meeting, right? Like, do we need to talk about town business during this session, or do you think it'll be modeled so that it'll be vague enough that we can apply our own? Yeah, like we don't need to actually apply town examples to it, so that like, I don't know that staff are gonna wanna come if we add on the fact that, oh, by the way, it's also recorded.
Right, and again, I understand Mary's point, staff on a Saturday or Sunday, that's asking a bit much. But who knows?
I guess the simple answer would be, might depend on whether there's quorum of board members there, and if there's not, then it seems like there's potential for more flexibility. I also, I did send out a poll to you all, and that's part of this discussion is like, there are no free dates among all of us between now and like mid-May. So one potential pivot is like, could it be a 5 to 9 thing on a weeknight or whatever, which, if we're going to do it, so the two people, it's basically like inviting Michael Jordan to do some coaching to high school people, right? Like these guys are like top notch, and they are not billing. They're basically asking for an honorarium. And so I want to be mindful of their time and make sure that we have enough people and sort of enthusiasm about it. Because if we don't, then
it could be more of a middle school basketball situation.
Give us a little credit.
Okay, I know we told the executive session, so let's move towards conclusion, but yes.
I guess I wonder, Eric, okay, here's my proposal. John, could you see if staff, one, are interested? If they are interested, if they would prefer a weeknight versus a weekend, because I would bet that it would be easier to get us on a weeknight.
You mean a weekday, right?
Sorry,
Well, I'm
a
assuming it's long.
weeknight, yeah, weekday night.
5 to 9 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Or like even, I don't know how
Two
flexible
2-hour
people's work
sessions.
schedules are,
Yeah.
3 to 7.
Yeah.
I don't know.
My question is, all I would need is for Eric to put the option, the opportunity into English that I can understand and pass along.
Does that seem, and then from guidance that we get from staff in the next week and a half, maybe by the next week,
Well, I'm on a plane, I'm leaving for my vacation
No, next
tonight,
meeting, next meeting.
tonight. I'm saying I might not even be able to get the message out.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
But then you'll get back.
yes,
And then you'll do it.
yes, for sure.
Okay. So by the time we have our next meeting.
It'll take Eric some time to put that into English so I can understand.
Maybe by our next meeting, if staff have given a general sense of what they would like, maybe we could decide on a date. And then we can stop taking Michael Jordan in on us.
Sounds fine. Great. Thanks for your time.
Great. Okay, commission reports. Or did you wanna?
I was gonna ask if, well, I guess, I don't know if you can do this without being in the order of agenda, but if we could do reports after executive session, since I know we have people waiting for us.
We do, and that would be fine.
That'd be fine. Okay, so should we do executive session now and then come back and do commission reports and consent agenda?
And I can report to Lana what has happened.
Sorry, Lana.
Can excuse her.
I can see it. I can see it on your face.
Okay, is everyone okay with that reversal? Okay, so executive session.
I don't
Oh,
have a short.
okay.
We do.
Oh, where are those?
Oh,
I need a motion.
There's a motion at the end of the packet. I've got it in my,
Oh, in the packet.
Here it is.
you got one here, okay.
Thank you.
It's usually right.
Chair.
Yes.
I move to find that there are legal matters involving the town and premature general public knowledge would clearly place the town and or persons at a substantial disadvantage. And that we move into, oh, there's the second part of the motion. And move that the select board go into executive session to discuss a pending legal matter in which the town may wish to become involved and which may involve attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional services as set forth in 1 VSA, section 313A, 1E, and F.
I'll second the motion.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So as of 10, 15 minutes ago, she was ready to get a phone call. So we'll give her a call.
just move that we come out of executive session at,
Wait for recording. Yeah.
I move that we come out of executive session at 10:28 PM.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Commission reports. Anybody want to start? Ashley, anything?
Nothing to report.
Tim?
I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Zoning, things are a little slow, not a lot of permits, but they do have up to 5-member board, and they have one opening, and it would really be good to fill that before things get busy again. So if anyone knows some potential candidates that would like to work in a quasi judicial type board and have the temperament for interpreting regulations that apply to permits and variances and so on, that would be pass it along to me or town manager or Joanne Ellis. On the planning side, we talked about earlier, they're going through, the planning commission is submitting comments to the RTC for the land use plan updates. And then Bliss Road was also on last night's agenda, and this is going to land on our plates at some point in time. So I will try to keep the board informed on this. This is sort of a classic scenario of the tension between development and the conservation of land and so forth, involving a whole suite of things, factors up on Hurricane Ridge to the south and west of Hurricane Reservoir area. So that's going to land on our plate. So I'll just try to continue to feed information to the board on that, because I think it's interesting. I'm not sure how it's going to shape up. That's it.
Nothing for me.
I met with Parks and Rec. I don't really think I have anything major to report. No.
Okay, great, yeah. Typically, if there's like any brief things, you can check with them if there's like anything else select board to be aware of, or anything that's just was a highlight to you from the conversation, or just kind of inform everybody about what, like in a very short soundbite about what might be going on. That's kind of how we use this time. So just as an FYI. And then for the Energy Commission, I'll just say they participated in the environmental mix and mingle, which was organized by the Conservation Commission, and it was really great event, great attendance. 32 organizations I think were involved. It was at the Bugby Center, so it's just grateful to the folks that organized that, especially Katie Mann, to sort of provide that cross-pollination between a lot of great organizations, including some who are working on more policy advocacy at the state level. Kind of came down from Montpelier to be involved with it as well. So,
okay.
Consent agenda.
Well, go for it. I move that the select board approve payroll ending March 14th, 2026, approve the AP manifest of March 13th, 2026, and March 19th, 2026, approve meeting minutes of March 5th, 2026, and future meetings approved March 31st, 2026, April 14th, 2026, and April 28th, 2026.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? A motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
I'll second it.
Second by Tim, all in favor?
Aye.
Can I get the motion and the second on that adjourn?
Eric,
I made the motion.
And
Okay,
was second.
thank you.
can you remind me who seconded the motion to close out executive session?
I had Miranda.
Oh, Miranda, okay.
Wait, I wanted, before we, these are recording, but